Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Noir take the stage on Mappus with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took their last meeting on this map and is looking to keep that psychological edge alive. The question is whether Noir can break this pattern early. Glare leads 2-1 as Noir fights to stay relevant. Insane speed gone in just over a second. Total deadlock. We've got a seesaw battle here with neither player able to pull away. Glare pushes to 3-2. Noir is clinging on. The favorite is holding his ground here. Noir evens it up. We're all square at 3-3. The favorite is feeling the pressure of that 40% recent form. Sub-second reaction. These rounds are ending in a blink, and Glare is the one blinking last. Glare is currently 15-21 in the last 24 hours, showing some volatility leading into this set. He's playing against someone just one spot below him on the ladder, and the narrow gap in their rating is exactly why this is staying so competitive. We'll see if Noir can force a reset here. Whoa, a total bloodbath! He survives by a threat to make it 4 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Glare before we hit the break. Pure perfection, not even a scratch on him. Glare leads 8-4. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations here, using a 5-round streak to seize control. Noir needs a fast start after the switch to stop the bleed. Sides swap, time for a reset. Noir strikes back, cutting the lead to 8-5. Just one spot apart on the ladder. Noir snaps the streak with a clean kill, showing real resilience to bring it to 8-6. Cleanest kills of the set so far. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row, continuing a gritty climb back into this game. Glare breaks the run after a messy exchange, pulling ahead 9-7. Took a bit longer to settle, but he gets the stop. He doesn't take a single hit, continuing this gritty climb back into the match. Glare extends it to 10-8, regaining some breathing room. Second reaction there. He barely gave him a chance. Glare is starting to pull away here, putting a 3-round cushion between himself and Noir. The favorite is playing exactly to his role here. Noir digs deep to keep this comeback alive, bringing it to 11-9. The underdog is refusing to go quietly here. A clean win for Glare to reach match point 12-9. A much slower exchange, but he gets the result. Noir doesn't take a scratch here, showing incredible resilience to keep this fight alive at 12-10. Boom, Glare shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map 13-10. He just couldn't shake him. Noir fought back hard, but Glare keeps that head-to-head edge alive. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Waze and Noir face off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head 392-333, showing a long-term edge in this specific pairing. He's usually the favorite when these two meet, so Waze is fighting against the historical trend here. The question is if Noir can reclaim that control. Waze catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Coming off a strong 13-4 win against Glare recently. Noir knocks him off the ramp, showing some resilience to keep this close at 3-1. Quick trade there, barely 3 seconds of action. Whoa, Waze barely survives this one from the ramp, clinging to 16 HP to make it 4-1. Unreal. He survives on a sliver of health after a total bloodbath to make it 5-1. Noir's coming into this after a tight 10-13 loss to Glare. Waze is sitting at 16-20 in the last 24 hours, and that inconsistent form is starting to show as Noir claws back into this. Even though the latter has these two rated identically, Waze is struggling to put this game away. We'll see if Noir can use this momentum to flip the script. Noir knocks him off the ramp. To keep this close, he's refusing to let Waze pull away. Noir's edge on this map is starting to show. Waze surges to 7-3, completely dominating the pace. Blink and you missed it. Barely a second and a half. Waze hits 8-3 and is just cruising now. 2 quick kills in a row to push the lead. Waze 8, Noir 4. The underdog is flipping the script here, ignoring the fact that Noir wins 54% of their head-to-head matchups. Noir is struggling to answer, and Waze looks poised for an upset. Side swap. Noir needs a Noir stops the bleed to make it 8-5. Noir, rank 26 on the ladder, is fighting to reclaim his status. Noir doesn't even take damage on this one, snapping back to make it 8-6. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Another clean one for Noir. He's won 3 straight and is erasing that early deficit. The pre-match favorite is starting to look vulnerable here. Waze wins the trade-off on the ramp to make it 9-7. Fast hands there, just under 2 seconds. Waze snipes him off the ramp to push the lead to 3. He's really starting to pull away here. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Glare just now. Noir doesn't take a single point of damage here, showing great resilience as he fights back. The slight favorite is starting to look shaky here. Waze is just a few steps away from pulling off a huge upset here. Quick trade there, just over 2 seconds. Noir snaps that run and keeps fighting, bringing the score to 11-9. Blink, and you missed it. Just over 1 second of action. Waze catches him off the ramp to reach match point, leading 12-9. The pre-match favorite is finally closing in on the upset. Noir knocks him off the ramp, showing real grit to keep this alive at 12-10. The slight favorite is now fighting to keep this lead. Noir snaps the streak in under a second, refusing to go quietly as Waze sits on match point. Insane, Waze survives on just 13 HP after a total slugfest to win the map 13-11. He just kept winning those low HP scrambles, barely scraping through 3 times to hold off Noir. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Waze face off in a close match where the underdog looks to pull an upset. Glare leads the head-to-head 248-211, but that history isn't helping him here. Waze handled him easily in their last meeting 16 hours ago, and he looks to carry that confidence into this set. The question is whether Glare can reverse the recent trend. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Glare. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Waze is pulling ahead early here, and these rounds are ending in a blur. Pure speed there, wrapped up in under 2 seconds. Whoa, a total bloodbath that leaves him clinging to just 14 HP to make it 4-1. Coming off that 13-11 win against Noir just now. Insane. A total slugfest that leaves him clinging to just 13 HP for 3 in a row. Glare breaks the run to put it back to 2-5. The slight favorite is finally feeling some pressure. 2 in a row for Glare, showing real resilience to chip away at this lead. Pure speed there settled in barely over a second. Waze is sitting on a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. This recent surge in form is proving to be the difference here as he manages to shut down Glare's mini run. The question is whether Glare can find a way to disrupt that momentum. He keeps climbing, snapping Waze's streak to pull within 1 before the break. Settled that one in just over a second. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. Glare entered as the favorite, but he's struggling to hold back this underdog. Waze is currently winning 60% of his last 10 matches, and that momentum is keeping him on top here. Side swap, let's keep it moving. He refuses to go away, grinding back to 6-7 as he fights to erase that early deficit. The underdog is refusing to fold under the pressure. Waze strikes back to push the lead to 8-6. Another tight one, leaving him with only 31 HP. He strikes again, showing real grit as he closes the gap to 7-8. Settled that one in under 2 seconds. Waze pulls ahead 9-7 and takes total control. Our rank 26 guy is proving he belongs in this bracket. He digs in again, showing great resilience to close the gap to 8-9. Trading blows back and forth in under 2 seconds. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to tie it up at 9, erasing that early deficit. Waze grabs the lead, 10-9, reclaiming the upper hand. Waze is mirroring that 13-11 victory over Noir from earlier today. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to tie it up at 10-10, completing a gutsy climb back into this match. He takes the lead 11-10, showing incredible heart to flip the script after that early deficit. The slight favorite is now fighting from behind. We've hit a dead heat. Neither player can pull away as this looks headed for overtime. A bit more drawn out there, taking over 3 seconds. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit to reach match point 12-11. The slight favorite is right where he wants to be. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit to tie it at 12-12, forcing this match into overtime. He does it again. 2 in a row for Glare as he continues this greedy climb back. Settled that one in under a... Clean as a whistle. He doesn't take a hit and makes it 3 in a row. 14-12. Another effortless kill. That's 4 in a row for Glare, and he's now on match point. Boom! He makes it 5 in a row to complete the comeback and take the map. That overtime surge was everything. Waze barely scraped through a couple of those low HP scraps, but he just couldn't stop that final run. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir face off on red line, with the favorite looking for a clean victory. Glare leads the lifetime head-to-head 351-241, but that historical edge isn't showing up yet. Noir is actually the one who has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, so he knows exactly how to disrupt Glare's game. The question is whether Glare can reclaim that long-term dominance here. Another one for Noir. He's now won 3 in a row to take a 3-0 lead. The favorite isn't finding any answers here. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives with 20 HP to make it 4 in a row, coming off a 13-10 win over him just now too. Glare snaps the run with a lightning fast kill to make it 1-4. Boom, a total blink and you miss it, kill. Noir pulls ahead again, pushing the score to 5-1. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Both players fought for the ramp, but Noir wins the scramble to push his lead to 7-1. Our rank 24 player is really feeling the pressure here. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, leaving Glare trailing 1-7. Pure speed on that kill, just under 2 seconds. He catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row, pushing the lead to 8-1. The slight favorite is completely frozen out here. Glare snaps that run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 2-8. insane speed on that kill, just under 1.5 seconds. Noir is 0-2 in the last 24 hours, yet he is the one completely controlling the pace here. Despite his recent struggles, he is playing like the favorite in this specific matchup. The question is if Glare can find a way to break this momentum before it's too late. Noir takes a 10-2 lead into the break. He entered as the slight favorite and is playing exactly to that expectation, completely shutting down Glare. Noir's 4-round streak earlier in the half put this one out of reach early. Side swap, Glare needs a Unreal. Both players shred each other in a total bloodbath, but he survives by a threat to make it 3-10. Absolute chaos on that one. Both of them left with nothing. Noir is just too quick today. He's making it look easy to keep Glare at arm's length. Wow, Glare denies him from the ramp, surviving by a threat to make it 4-11. Noir's coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Waze earlier. What a scrap! He survives the total bloodbath with just 20 HP to reach match point. Man, he just can't shake him in those close quarter scraps. He takes a lot of damage but manages to outlast him in a gritty exchange to make it 5-12. Boom! He shuts it down in under a second to take the map. He really just wiped away that lifetime head-to-head deficit in one go. Noir's completely owning this rivalry lately. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take it to orange for this 1v1 match, where the favorite faces a tough test. Whoa, a total slugfest. Noir scrapes through that one with almost nothing left, taking a 1-0 lead. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head with 392 wins over Waze, which usually makes him the favorite in this pairing. But Waze actually beat him in their last meeting and is playing with that recent confidence right now. The question is if Noir can reclaim his historical edge here. Deadlock, Waze and Noir are tied up at 2 apiece. Unreal, that kill took less than a second. Waze is starting to pull away here, taking 3 of the last 4 rounds. Waze coming off that 13-11 win against him on fast aim. Pure chaos. Waze and Noir are locked at 3-3. The favorite is holding the edge on the ladder right now. Waze nudges ahead, claiming a slim 4-3 lead. He's currently playing the better game on this map. Waze has a 46% win rate on this map, which gives him a clear advantage over Noir's history here. He's translating that edge into a real lead, especially after beating Noir in their most recent match. The question is if Noir can find a way to break this momentum. Noir shows some real resilience here, cutting the lead to 6-4. Quick reaction there, barely 2 seconds to decide it. 2 in a row for Noir, keeping the pressure on just before the break. 2 fast kills in a row to close the gap. Waze is 7, Noir 5. The underdog is defying the odds here, putting the favorite on his heels. Waze used a 3-round streak to build this cushion, and now Noir has to fight uphill to avoid the upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Noir isn't backing down, taking this one in under a second without taking a hit. Cleanest kill of the map so far. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Boom! He breaks the streak and wipes the slate clean, tying it up at 7-7. The slight favorite is struggling to keep a lead here. Both players land hits, but Noir comes out on top to make it 3 in a row. Noir's just refusing to let this slip. Waze snaps that run and brings the score back to a tie at 8-8. Neither has a rating edge on the ladder right now. He absorbs a few hits but digs deep to take the lead. 9-8. Took a bit more time, but he gets the result. Noir fights back to knot this up at 9-9, coming off that 13-4 win against Glare earlier today. Waze strikes back to edge ahead 10-9. Clean kill, didn't even let him get a shot off. Noir doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to knot this up at 10-10. They're trading rounds in a blink. This has turned into a complete coin toss at the finish line. The slight favorite is playing the better game today. Insane. Both players bleed out in a total war, but Noir survives with just 6 HP to tie at 11. Absolute nails biting finish to bring this back to a deadlock. Absolute war. Waze barely survives that scrap to move within 1 round of victory, 12-11. Both players just survived on a sliver of health. Unreal. He claws back into a 12-12 deadlock, forcing this entire battle into overtime. Wow, that was a blink and you miss it. Kill. Waze is suddenly the one putting the pressure on here. Quick trigger there. Didn't even let him breathe. Waze is pulling ahead in overtime, taking 2 straight to put a real gap between them. What a scrap. Noir survives a total bloodbath with just 21 HP to keep this comeback alive. Man, he's just refusing to stay down. takes a few hits first but manages to fire back, moving to 15-13. The slight favorite is finally asserting his will in overtime. Boom! He deletes him in a second without taking a hit to take the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to shake off Noir. He survives that late push to take the series. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on Mappas, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare holds a 249-211 lead in their all-time head-to-head. He usually gets the better of Waze, but he's coming into this match after a loss to Noir. The question is whether he can shake that off and reclaim his historical edge here. Glare edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Waze. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Both players traded heavy hits, but he survives the scrap to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on pre-match expectations. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath by a thread to make it 4 in a row. The slight pre-match favorite is struggling to keep pace. Whoa, he scrapes by with almost nothing left to make it 5 in a row. Waze is struggling to replicate that 16-13 win over Noir. Total shutdown, he doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 6 in a row. Contrast this with his 5-13 loss to Noir just now. Waze wins a close exchange to make it 6-2. Two players separated by just one spot on the ladder. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant jump over Waze's historical performance here. Despite that map edge, Waze is playing much better than his usual average in this specific series. The question is whether Glare can remember how to win these exchanges. Boom, he survives the exchange to make it 4 in a row, cutting the lead to 6-5 before the break. 6, 6 at the half, this is tracking with expectations even if it's been a wild ride. Both players traded long win streaks, but Glaire's 53% map win rate is keeping him steady in this deadlock. Sides, swap, total reset. Glaire pulls ahead 7-6 to seize the momentum. 2 players separated by just 1 spot on the ladder. Glaire strikes again to stretch his lead to 8-6. Just like his 13-10 win over Waze earlier today. He snaps that run right back, making it 3 straight for Glaire. The slight favorite is starting to look very vulnerable. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, pushing the lead to 10-6. Wow, he survives a total slugfest by a threat to make it 5 in a row. The underdog is completely falling apart here. Absolute shutdown. He makes it 6 in a row to reach match point. Barely a second elapsed before that one was over. He breaks the run with a messy exchange to keep the dream alive. The pre-match favorite finally finds some breathing room. Unreal. He survives a total war of attrition with 1 HP to make it 2 in a row. Boom. Boom. He deletes him in under a second to take the map 13-8. He just keeps winning that head-to-head battle. Glaire shakes off the loss to Noir and takes his second win over Waze today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir face off on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Wow, a total bloodbath. Glare barely survives that one to take a 1-0 lead. He's coming off a 13-8 win against Waze. Glare leads their head-to-head 351, 242 over the long term. Even so, Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, making this early lead a bit of a deviation from their recent history. The question is whether Glare can actually close this one out. Another one, he's won 4 in a row and barely took a scratch this time. Both players trade heavy hits in a chaotic exchange, but Noir survives to make it 4-2. He snaps that streak immediately, 2 in a row for Noir as he digs in. Quickest kill of the match so far. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Glare answers back instantly, taking the round in half a second to make it 5-3. Glare is sitting on a 17-19 record over the last 24 hours, keeping him right around that 50% mark today. He's playing much better here than in his last meeting with Noir, where he dropped the match by 8 rounds. The question is if Noir can remember how to solve him. He snaps that streak with 2 in a row, continuing his climb before the break. Noir just keeps the pressure high as we approach the break. 6 at the half. Noir entered as the favorite, but Glare is holding his own and pushing for the upset. Glare holds a 59% all-time win rate in their head-to-head, and this dead heat proves he can handle the pressure. Sides, swap time to break the tie. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to take a 7-6 lead. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable here. Glare levels it up. We're deadlocked at 7-7. Sub-second reaction to bring this one level. Glare edges ahead 8-7 to seize the momentum. He's playing much tighter than in that 13-5 loss to Noir earlier. Noir is fighting back. He takes this one in a second without taking any damage to tie it 8-8. Glare strikes back to claim a 9-8 advantage. Noir's been struggling with a 30% win rate in his last 10. Glare pulls away to a 10-8 cushion. Noir is struggling after that 13-16 loss to Waze earlier today. Noir answers back instantly, ending the round in under a second without taking a hit. Boom. He doesn't take a hit and levels the score at 10-10, erasing that 4-round deficit. Both players trade heavy shots, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. Tough trade, but he keeps his nerve to pull ahead. Noir keeps it rolling with 4 in a row. He's at match point after erasing that deficit. The slight favorite is now fighting for survival. He breaks the run. Glare survives a scrap to keep this alive at 11-12. Insane, he just barely survives another scrap. He shuts it down completely, taking 2 in a row to force overtime at 12-12. Noir's win rate on this map is usually the higher of the two. He keeps the momentum rolling, 3 in a row for Glare to lead 13-12. Noir's 1-3 record over the last day is weighing on him. Noir shuts him down without taking a hit to tie it 13-13. His resilience is unreal. He snaps that run immediately. 2 in a row for Noir as he continues this climb to 14-13. Noir makes it 3 in a row. He's at match point after an incredible fight back. Clean kill to put the pressure right back on the favorite. Boom, he closes it out without taking a hit to win the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to overcome that all-time head-to-head deficit. Glare fought so hard here. What a match. Welcome to the arena. Waze and Noir are ready for a close battle to see who comes out on top. Noir holds a clear edge in their head-to-head history, winning 54% of their meetings. Even though Waze took their most recent encounter, the overall track record suggests Noir knows how to handle this specific matchup. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can flip the script again here. Insane. Both players practically emptied their clips, but Waze survives a total bloodbath to make it 2-1. Too easy. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 3 in a row. Noir snaps the run with a clean hit to bring it to 3-2. Coming off a tight 16-13 win against him just now. Deadlock. Noir levels the playing field at 3-3. Waze coming into this after an 8-13 loss to Glare. He doesn't take a scratch to make it 3 in a row, shifting the momentum back. Our slight favorite struggling to find an answer here. Unreal, Waze survives a total slugfest on just 2 HP to tie it at 4-4. Absolute chaos, he's just refusing to die today. Waze pulls ahead 5-4 to seize the lead. Quick and clean, not even a scratch this time. Noir strikes back to knot it up at 5-5. Our slight favorite struggling to keep a lead here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react today. Noir's coming into this after a strong 16-13 win against Glare. Waze leads 7-5. We expected Noir to take this one, but the underdog is defying the 54% head-to-head disadvantage. Noir can't let this slip after switching sides. Side swap, let's get it. Waze edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim his slim lead. Two of the closest rated players on the ladder right now. Noir forces a total stalemate at 7-7. Blink and you missed it, that was an instant kill. Waze is starting to pull away here, putting some breathing room between him and Noir. Our favorite is holding his ground here. Back to square one as Waze and Noir tie it 8-8. Both sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Waze knows he's ahead 9-8 to break the deadlock. Gone in just over a second. They are trading rounds back and forth. Neither one can keep a lead for more than a minute. Waze pulls ahead 10-9 to grab a late advantage. Noir is sitting right above him on the ladder. Waze is putting some serious distance between them here, really capitalizing on this little run. He keeps it rolling with 3 straight. Waze is now on match point. Our favorite is finally taking full control of the server. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He really proved he's the man for this matchup today, flipping that lifetime head-to-head disadvantage on its head. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on Italy with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare leads the lifetime head-to-head 250-211 and he's historically had a strong grip on this specific map. Waze is the favorite going in, but the long-term data suggests Glare should have the upper hand here. The question is if he can actually put that history into practice. Waze edges ahead 2-1 as Glare fights back, mirroring that 13-8 result from their last meeting. Glare flips the script here. Waze had the lead, but now he's the one trying to stop a slide. The underdog flipping the script here. Waze claims a 3-2 lead, putting the pressure back. Gone in a blink, barely a second and a half. Waze pulls further ahead, now leading it 4-2. The slight favorite is holding his ground here. We are right back to a toss-up. This one is too close to call. Coming off a tough 13-16 loss to Noir. Waze is playing 18-18 over the last 24 hours, showing a much steadier hand than Glare today. He's already beaten Noir in a recent match, and that confidence is carrying over into this lead. We have to wonder if Glare can find a way to break that momentum. Glare keeps fighting, chipping away at the lead to make it 4-6. Gone in just over a second. Waze extends it to 7-4, widening the gap. Down in exactly 1 second. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the pre-match script here, outplaying a favorite who usually wins 54% of their head-to-head matchups. Waze has the momentum heading into the side switch. Side swap, fresh start. He digs deep to close the gap to 6-7, showing real resilience in this comeback. 2 quick kills in a row to keep this tight. Boom, 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 boom! He wipes the slate clean to tie it 7-7, barely taking a hit. Insane speed, ending it in under 2 seconds. Waze snatches the lead back, making it 8-7. Barely a 10-point gap between them on the ladder. Waze surges to 9-7, pulling away once again. Barely over a second and he's back in control. He doesn't even take a hit, cutting the lead to 8-9 as he keeps climbing back. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean in under a second to tie it 9-9. Whoa, he takes the lead 10-9, winning 3 straight to complete the comeback. The favorite is now fighting from behind. Wow, he survives a chaotic scrap to make it 4 in a row, leading 11-9. Barely any health left, but he gets the job done. A messy exchange, but Waze comes out on top to make it 11-10. Tough break for him, barely surviving with 47 health. Waze has completely erased that lead. We're staring at a dead heat with just 2 rounds to play. Waze snaps the run and reaches match point, taking 3 in a row with a clean kill. The slight favorite is now just 1 kill away from the win. Game over. He finishes the run with a clean kill to take the match. He just overcame the map history here. Glare usually owns the Italy streets, but he couldn't stop that final push. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir face off on orange, where the favorite looks for a strong win. Glare leads the head-to-head 351-243 over the long haul. But that history is feeling distant right now. Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings and is looking to keep that recent streak alive. The question is if Glare can get back to his historical edge here. Both players trade heavy damage, but he comes out on top 3 in a row. Noir just took a similar 16-13 win over him recently. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Noir. The underdog is making the pre-match expectations look wrong. Whoa, a total slugfest. Glare scrapes by with just 20 HP to break the run. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Waze just now. Both players catch each other, but he survives the exchange to make it 2 in a row. Clean and fast ending that exchange in under 2 seconds. Bloody exchange where he manages to survive, making it 3 in a row for Noir. This slight favorite is sliding fast here. Glare doesn't take a single hit here, bringing the score to 3-7. Clean hit, walking away with full health. Noir pushes to 8-3, leaving Glare desperate for answers. 2 closely ranked players, but only one is finding the mark. Noir leads 9-3. The favorite is struggling as Noir plays exactly to expectations here. A 4-round win streak put this in the lead's control, leaving Glare to fight for every single point. Side swap. Glare needs a reset. Noir hits 10-3, practically suffocating Glare right now. Noir, ranked 28 on the ladder, is controlling the map. Noir is just closing these out instantly. These rounds are over in a blink. A bit more patience on this one, but he still closes it. Glare just keeps the match alive, but Noir is still firmly in the driver's seat here. Walks away from that one with full health. He deletes him in a second without taking a hit. Noir is at match point! Absolute blink and you miss it kill there. Boom, he catches him cold to keep the game alive, making it 5-12. Unreal, he just shut that down in under 2 seconds. Game over. He wins the exchange to take the map 13-5. He's just completely rewritten the history books here. Glare's long-term lead in their head-to-head doesn't mean a thing to Welcome to Redline. Waze and Noir face off today, with the favorite facing a tough test in this duel. Noir holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history over the long term. While Waze actually took their most recent meeting, Noir tends to have the upper hand when these two clash. The question is whether Waze can flip that script today. Noir takes him from the ramp to move ahead 3-1. Waze is fighting to flip the script after losing 9-13 to him earlier. Waze fights back to lock this up at 2-2. Coming off a fresh 13-11 win against Glare today. Noir wins the scramble on the ramp to pull ahead 3-2. The slight favorite is struggling to hold the lead here. Noir surges ahead, putting Waze down 2-4. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Waze takes him from the ramp to tie this up at 4-4. He's coming off a 13-9 win against him just now. Noir takes him from the ramp to widen the gap to 5-3. The slight favorite is failing to keep pace here. Noir edges ahead 5-4 as Waze chases the lead. Quick exchange under 3 seconds there. Noir picks him off the ramp to push the lead to 6-4. Underdog framing for Noir today, but he's playing his part. Waze narrows it to 5-6 after a huge play. Insane speed on that kill, under 2 seconds. Waze 5, Noir 7. This half is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a slim lead. Noir is leveraging that 54% all-time head-to-head advantage to keep Waze at arm's length. Side swap, fresh start. Noir takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 8-5. He's playing like the favorite despite the ladder ranking. Noir takes him from the ramp to make it 9-5. He's really starting to pull away here. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Glare today. Whoa, he catches him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row, barely surviving that scrap. Pure chaos, barely a sliver of health left there. He snaps that streak right back, making it 4 in a row to move to 11-5. Gone in under 2 seconds. He catches him from the ramp for 5 in a row. Match point for Noir. Another close call, but he keeps coming out on top. Boom, 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 boom. Waze snaps the run in a gritty scrap to keep this alive. The slight favorite finally finds a way to stay in this. Boom. Noir shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map 13-6. He really puts that head-to-head advantage to use, silencing the doubt and taking this as the underdog. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze take on Fast Aim today in a very close matchup. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 250-212, showing a long-term edge in this rivalry. However, Waze actually took their most recent meeting, so he knows he can get the better of Glare. It is a question of whether the historical trend holds here. Glare pushes ahead 2-1, putting Waze on the back foot. Waze entered as the slight favorite here. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Both players fought for the ramp, but Glare comes out on top to extend the lead. Waze is playing his third match of the day. Wow, a total slugfest. He scrapes by with just 12 HP to make it 4-2, coming off a top 5 13 loss to Noir earlier today. Waze claws back to keep it 4-3. That was fast, just over a second for the kill. Waze levels it up. We're deadlocked at 4-4. Waze ranked 26 on the ladder is playing like the favorite. What a scramble. Waze survives a chaotic exchange to make it 3 in a row. Mirroring that recent 13-11 result from their last meeting. Waze wins the trade-off on the ramp, making it 4 in a row. The underdog is usually the one flipping the script here. Glare snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 5-6 before the break. Fast exchange there, wraps up the half almost perfectly even. 6 at the break. This half tracked expectations perfectly, with neither player gaining a real edge. Waze put up a fight with a 4-round streak, but Glare kept things level. Sides, swap, fresh start. Glare pulls ahead 7-6 to seize the momentum. He's fighting to shake off a 3-game losing streak. Waze takes it from the ramp to bring us right back to a deadlock. Waze ranked 26 on the ladder, stay steady. Glare edges ahead 8-7 to reclaim the lead. Pure speed there, less than a second to end it. Glare is sitting at 16-20 in the last 24 hours, so he is fighting to turn a tough day around. He has struggled in his other matches today, but the scoreline shows he is finding his footing against Waze. The question is if he can maintain this lead. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit and makes it 4 in a row. Waze snaps the run with a clean hit to make it 11-8. Waze ranked 26 on the ladder, stays dangerous. Boom! He takes that in under a second without taking a hit. Glare is on match point. A total war of attrition. Waze survives a brutal exchange to keep the dream alive at 12-9. Insane survival, hanging on with just 35 HP. Boom. He cleans up the final exchange without taking a hit to take the map 13-9. He finally snaps that losing streak and gets the better of the higher rank. Glare takes this one back. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Noir face off in a close one, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 351-244 over the long term, but that history isn't playing a part here. Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, including a convincing victory just moments ago. The question is whether Glare can reverse that recent trend. Glare edges ahead 2-1, seizing the momentum. The favorite is holding his ground here. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. He's coming off that 13-5 win in their last meeting. Noir claws back the lead, making it 3-2. Pure speed there, just over a second to decide it. Unreal. A total slugfest where he survives with just 2 HP to make it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to find any answers here. Glare snaps that run immediately, taking the round in a second without losing a point of health. Deadlocked at 4-4, Noir just resets the board. 2 in a row for him, walking away with full health. Whoa, a total shootout. He barely survives that exchange to reclaim the lead 5-4. The underdog is really flipping the script here. Noir levels the playing field. We're tied at 5-5. Both players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Glare pulls ahead 6-5 to break the tie. 2 players separated by a single point on the ladder. Glare leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the expectations here, putting the favorite on his heels. Glare's long-term 59% head-to-head win rate is finally showing up in the scoreline. Side swap, let's get back in. Glare has a 17-19 record over the last 24 hours, but he's playing his best game of the day right now. He just put together a 4-round run to flip this script and put Noir on his heels. The question is if Noir can find a way to break this streak. Glare stretches the gap to 9-6, dominating this half. Clean finish, walking away without taking a single point of damage. Glare is pulling away here. A 4-round lead is a tough mountain for Noir to climb. Under a second, barely any time to react. Glare hits double digits, pushing it to 10-7. Noir, rank 25 on the ladder, stays within striking distance. Glare is putting a lot of distance between them here, making this a steep hill for Noir to climb. He breaks the streak and hits match point, leading 12-7. This light favorite is finally asserting himself here. Boom! He closes it out without taking a hit to take the map. 13-7. He finally stops that losing skid against Noir. Noir barely scraped through a couple of those low HP scrambles, but it wasn't enough today. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take over Mappas today to see who comes out on top. Noir picks him right off the ramp to start things off. That was over in a blink. He's coming off a 13-6 win over him earlier today. Noir holds a 48% win rate on this map, which is a significant edge over Waze. That historical advantage is pairing well with the pre-match outlook where Waze was actually the slight favorite. We'll see if Noir can keep this momentum going. Another clean one for Noir, that's 4 in a row. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Waze finally answers back, breaking the run to make it 1-4. Quick trade there over in a second and a half. Unreal. Noir catches him off the ramp, surviving by a thread with just 14 HP. Noir ranked 26 on the ladder, just keeps finding the way. Noir pulls ahead 6-1, leaving Waze struggling. The favorite starting to look like the underdog here. Noir leads the head-to-head with 393 wins over Waze. He has historically controlled this matchup, which explains why he typically enters these fights as the clear favorite. The question is whether Waze can actually overcome that psychological weight today. Noir stretches the lead to 7-3, totally in control. Quick exchange there, decided in under 3 seconds. Waze catches him from the ramp. He's chipping away at that lead with 3 wins in the last 3 rounds. Another quick one, decided in just over 2 seconds. Noir leads 7-5 at the break. Everything is playing out as expected with the favorite holding the lead. The Waze kept it close with a 3-round streak. Noir's 54% head-to-head advantage is showing here. Side swap, fresh start. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a threat to keep this comeback alive at 6-7. Insane. He's surviving these fights by the skin of his teeth. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest with just 14 HP to tie it 7-7. The pre-match favorite has finally found his footing. Noir snatches the lead back, making it 8-7. Gone in under 2 seconds. Waze deletes him from the ramp to tie it 8-8, completing a huge climb after being down 5. He's finally playing like the pre-match favorite. He doesn't even take a hit, taking the lead 9-8 as he continues this climb. Cleanest kill of the match, gone in under 2 seconds. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 3 in a row for Waze, who's now just 3 away from the win. Noir shuts him down without taking a hit, bringing it to 10-9. Blazing fast, out in less than 2 seconds. Waze forces a deadlock at 10-10, absolute nail-biter. Just mirroring that 13-6 result from their last meeting. Boom. Noir snaps that streak and takes 3 in a row, leading 11-10. Gone in under 2 seconds again. Waze absorbs a few hits but manages to fire back, tying it at 11-11. Blazing fast, that was over in a second and a half. Waze doesn't take a single hit to reach match point. What resilience to climb back from 5 down. Pure speed gone in under 2 seconds. Noir shuts him down without taking a hit. We are tied 12 and headed to overtime. Noir is suddenly the one with the momentum, taking 2 straight to put the pressure back on Waze. Noir rank 26 on the ladder closes this out. Waze deletes him without taking a scratch. He just won't go away, tying it at 13-13. Fastest kill of the last few rounds. He doesn't even take a hit, breaking the streak to lead 14-13. What a fight back from Waze. Boom! He closes it out with 3 straight to finish the comeback and take the match. Wow, just completely shut the door on that one. Unreal. He deletes him in half a second to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to flip the script on Noir. He just barely scraped through a couple times under 30 HP to make it happen. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on orange in a close match where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 251-212 over the course of hundreds of matches. He actually just beat Waze in their most recent encounter and he seems to have the mental edge here. We have to see if Waze can flip the script today. Glare pushes ahead 2-1 as Waze struggles to answer. Slight favorite can't seem to find a foothold. These rounds are over in a blink. Glare is just too quick for Waze right now. Coming off a 13-7 win against Noir just now. Whoa! A total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Waze takes a heavy hit but manages to fire back, showing some real resilience to make it 4-2. Clean as can be. Waze makes it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The slight favorite is finally flipping the script. Boom. He wipes away the lead to tie it 4-4, making that 3 in a row. The slight favorite finally asserts himself in this set. A quick exchange that puts him back on top. 5-4. The latter has them nearly identical in rating right now. Glare has a 45% win rate on this map across hundreds of matches. He is usually the clear favorite in this specific matchup, and that historical edge is starting to weigh on Waze. The question is whether Waze can stop this slide before the half. Six at the half. This is tracking right with expectations as the favorite Glare holds his own but can't pull away. Both players traded 3 round streaks to keep this a dead heat. Fresh start. Let's go. He reacts just a split second faster to take the lead 7-6, showing great resolve after that early deficit. The slight favorite is finally asserting control. Waze claws back to level it 7-7. The ladder has them sitting right next to each other at 25 and 26. Glare edges ahead 8-7 with a clutch play, coming off that 39 win against him on Fast Aim recently. Waze doesn't even take a hit here, leveling the score at 8-8 as he continues to fight back. Glare breaks the deadlock to lead it 9-8. The ladder has them sitting right next to each other. Waze doesn't take a single hit here, leveling the score at 9-9 as he continues to fight back. A messy exchange where both take damage, but Waze survives to make it 2 in a row. Both players took heavy fire there, but he held on. Glare strikes back to not. This up at 10-10. Gone in just over a second. Glare is pulling ahead here. He's put together a 3-round run to take a 2-round lead. The slight favorite is struggling to flip this one. A gritty exchange where both took heavy fire, but Waze survives to tie it 11-11. The slight favorite is refusing to let this one slip away. A scrap of a round, but he comes out on top to reach match point at 12-11. The slight favorite is fighting a losing battle here. Boom. He shuts the door on Waze to take the map 13-11. He just barely held on in those scrap rounds to keep his head-to-head lead intact. Waze pushed him to the limit. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir face off on Dunes, where the favorite meets a tough challenge. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, but the numbers on this specific map favor Noir. It's a bit of a clash between long-term dominance and current map comfort. We'll see if Glare can lean on that historical edge to turn this around. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Noir, coming off a 13-7 win against him just now. Boom! Glare answers back without taking a hit to make it 1-3. Fastest kill of the match so far. He does it again. Glare keeps his composure to make it 2 in a row. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. Unreal. He wipes out the lead to tie it 3-3 with 3 in a row. Total reset. We're right back to square. Noir breaks the run to reclaim a 4-3 lead. The underdog flips the script on the pre-match expectations. Glare is 19-17 in the last 24 hours, showing he's had a productive day overall. But Noir is the one capitalizing here, making the most of his comfort on this map to keep the lead. The question is whether Glare can find a way to halt this momentum. Noir keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row to push the lead to 7-3. Quick kill, barely over a second. 5 in a row for Noir, keeping the pressure on right before the break. Fast reflexes, barely taking a second and a half. Noir leads 8-4. This half lines up with expectations as the favorite holds the edge. Noir used his 45% map win rate to pull away late, leaving Glare to fight for a comeback after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Insane. He survives with just 14 HP after a total slugfest to make it 5-8. Whoa, a total nail biter for that one. Noir strikes back to pull ahead 9-5. The slight favorite isn't finding a way to hold this lead. Noir stretches the gap to 10-5 with that one. Fast kill, barely over a second. Whoa, under a second. Glare is turning this into a sprint, making things very uncomfortable for Noir. Glare close back to make it 7-10. He's coming off a strong free win streak in his recent form. He keeps them coming. 3 in a row for Glare as he chips away at that deficit. The slight favorite is finally making this a contest. Unreal. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 4 in a row. Oh, total scrap. Noir survives the chaos to break the run and lead 11-9. Man, he barely hangs on with 31 HP. Noir snaps the run and hits match point with 2 in a row. Cold as ice. He shuts down the comeback attempt. Wow, he denies the match point with a clean hit, refusing to go away. Blazing fast under a second for that kill. Absolute chaos in the final exchange. But Noir survives the scrap to take the map. Glare had his number for so long in their history, but Noir just wouldn't let him take this one. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Waze and Noir take on Italy in a closely matched battle for the win. Noir leads the head-to-head with 393 wins over Waze, while Waze took their most recent meeting. The overall history heavily favors Noir in this rivalry. The question is whether Waze can flip the script today. Waze edges ahead 2-1 as Noir fights back. 2 fast kills in a row for him. He's playing the role of the favorite here. Untouched, that's 3 in a row for Waze, taking full control of the map. Gone in under 2 seconds. Both players traded heavy hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 4 in a row. Finally, Noir breaks that run and shows some resilience to bring it to 4-2. Quick reflex win to keep this within reach. Waze is coming off a 17-19 run over the last 24 hours, keeping him very active today. He is carrying that momentum into this set, appearing much sharper than Noir, despite being the slight underdog in their usual matchups. The question is if Noir can find a way to stall this run. Waze extends the lead to 6-3, looking dominant. Gone in just over a second. These rounds are ending in a blink. Noir can't seem to get a shot off before Waze finds him. Both players trade heavy hits, but he survives the scrap to make it 3 straight before the break. Survived on just 40 health to wrap the half. Waze leads 8-4 at the break. We expected Noir to take this based on their 54% head-to-head win rate, but Waze is defying the history here. Noir needs a strong response after switching sides to avoid the upset. Side swap time for a reset. Waze pushes it to 8-5, staying firmly in charge. Insane, that's a sub-second kill. Noir ranked 26 on the ladder, fights to bridge the gap. Waze hits 9-5, putting Noir in a deep hole. Survives on 47 health to stop that slide. Waze is just pulling away now. Noir can't find a way to slow this momentum down. Sub-second reaction to snap that run right back. He snaps back with 3 straight, leaving Noir with nothing but a 5-11 deficit. Noir ranked 26 is struggling to find an answer here. Untouched again, that's 4 in a row for Waze, and is now at match point. Another clean kill for Noir, keeping the score at 12-7. 8. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit and closes it out to take the map. He just completely flipped the script on that head-to-head history. Waze takes it in a dominant fashion here. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze face off on red line, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare catches Waze right on the ramp to take the opening round, coming off a 13-11 win over him just now. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 252 to 212 and is using that historical edge to stifle Waze early. It's a tough spot for Waze, who entered as the slight favorite but is now fighting a psychological battle. The question is whether Waze can flip the script here. Unreal. He knocks him off the ramp and survives with just 8 HP to make it 3-1. Essentially a toss up on the ladder with those rankings. Waze knocks him off the ramp to tie it up. These rounds are flying by. Two players separated by only 2 spots on the ladder. Deadlocked at 3-3. Glare and Waze are perfectly matched. Boom, a 1-second burst to tie this up. Glare edges ahead 4-3 to reclaim the lead. Fast response there, just a second and a half. Insane. He barely survives with 8 HP to snap the streak and lead 5-3. Man, he just can't seem to stay dead. Waze claws back to keep it 5-4. Fastest kill of the match so far. Whoa! A total slugfest where he clings on with just 13 HP to lead 6-4. Waze entered this as the slight favorite, but it's not showing. Waze narrows the gap to 6-5, staying alive. Quickest kill of the last few rounds. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking with the historical numbers as Glare holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head. Waze is keeping it close, but he hasn't found a way to take the lead. Side swap. Time for a reset. Glare is coming off a 1917 run in the last 24 hours, and he's carrying that momentum into a lead here. He already beat Waze in their previous meeting today, so he knows exactly how to close out this specific matchup. The question is if Waze can find a way to break this streak. Glare pushes it to 9-6, putting Waze in trouble. Quick response there, just over a second. Wow, Waze survives on just 15 HP from the ramp to snap the streak and keep this comeback alive. Frantic scramble that nearly went the other way. Clean kill. He makes it 3 in a row, continuing this climb back into the game. Glare denies the comeback from the ramp to make it 10-8. Waze doesn't miss a shot here, showing real resilience to pull this back to 10-9. The slight favorite is finally putting the pressure back on. Unreal, he snaps the streak and wipes everything away to tie this up at 10-10. Total reset, both players now staring at a blank slate. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze to take the lead, 10-11. Cleanest kill of the 3-round surge. Absolute chaos. He survives a total bloodbath with only 14 HP to tie it at 11. He doesn't take a single hit to move ahead. 11-12. Waze has match point after an incredible climb back into this game. Boom, Waze survives a total slugfest to finish the comeback and take the map. Glare barely escaped those low HP scrambles 4 different times, but he just couldn't stop that late surge. Waze finally gets the better of him. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Noir take the stage on Mappus to see who comes out on top. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head, 352-245. But that history is clashing with a cold streak. Noir has won their last 4 meetings, including a victory just moments ago. The question is whether Glare can lean on those long-term numbers to flip the script here. Noir pushes ahead 2-1, putting Glare under pressure. Wow, that was a blink and you miss it kill. These rounds are ending in a blink. Noir is just reacting faster right now. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Noir edges ahead 3-2, keeping the momentum high. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just now. Glare claws it back to 3-3, we're deadlocked. 2 quick ones in a row for him. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to break that streak and move ahead 4-3. Cleanest one yet, not even taking a hit. Boom, he doesn't even take a hit to make it 4 in a row. Under a second for that kill, just total efficiency. Noir answers back without taking a hit, bringing the score to 5-4. The slight favorite is fighting to keep his lead. Glare holds a 53% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical advantage here. He is using that edge to shake off a couple of recent losses and reclaim the lead. The question is whether Noir can find a way to disrupt this run before halftime. Glare leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations by holding the lead. That 4-round win streak flipped the momentum and puts Glare in a prime spot to pull off the upset. Side swap, fresh start. Noir answers back immediately, showing real resilience to keep this close at 7-6. Survived with 67 HP, but he's staying aggressive. Noir snaps the streak and wipes the slate clean, tying it up at 7-7. He's just refusing to let the favorite pull away. Glare breaks the deadlock to lead 8-7, coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just now. Noir digs deep to erase the deficit, tying this up at 8-8. Insane. He's just surviving these exchanges with his life. Glare pulls ahead 9-8, seizing the upper hand. The favorite is finally reclaiming his footing here. Glare surges to 10-8, putting the gap. Walked away from that one without taking a single hit. He survives a heavy exchange to make it 3 in a row, leading 11-8. That one took a bit longer, but he still comes out on top. Noir holds the slide, showing great resilience to keep this within 2 at 11-9. Almost 2 seconds of fighting to keep this within 2. Total shutdown. He walks away without taking a hit to reach match point at 12-9. The slight favorite is now just 1 kill away. Whoa, he survives a total bloodbath with just 4 HP to keep this alive at 12-10. Pure chaos, barely surviving that exchange. Game over. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He finally snaps that losing streak against Noir. He had to work for that, but the head-to-head lead is back in his favor. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Waze and Noir take on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Noir holds the head-to-head edge with 393 wins over Waze across their history. While Waze just took their most recent meeting, Noir typically enters these matchups as the favorite. The question is if that historical advantage will carry through here. Noir catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Noir flips the script after that 13-7 loss to him recently. He picks him off the ramp to make it 4 in a row. The slight pre-match favorite can't find a way in. 5 in a row for him. He's just not letting Waze breathe. Coming off a strong 13-11 win against Glare today. Waze catches him from the ramp to snap the streak, making it 2-5. He's currently sitting higher on the ladder than his opponent. Noir takes him from the ramp, quickly regaining control of the map. The slight pre-match favorite can't get any traction. Waze has been 19-17 in the last 24 hours, but he is struggling to translate that overall form into this specific series. He entered this as the slight favorite, yet the scoreline is telling a completely different story. The question is whether Waze can find a way to disrupt Noir's momentum before this slips away. Waze wins a quick trade to make it 3-8. He's actually the higher rated player on the ladder. Noir picks him off the ramp, putting a serious dent in any hope for a comeback. Quick trade there to shut that window. Waze 3, Noir 9. This half is tracking exactly with expectations as the favorite takes a commanding lead. Noir leaned on his 54% head-to-head win rate to stifle Waze and build a 6-round cushion. Side swap, Waze needs a Waze makes it 4-9, but Noir stays firmly ahead. 2 in a row for him, both finishes coming in under 4 seconds. Quicken! Waze closes the gap to 5-9, still trailing Noir. Boom, a 1-second kill to keep this run alive. He keeps it rolling, that's 3 in a row for Waze. Noir's 5-8 day is starting to look like a trend. Noir answers back immediately, leaving Waze with a 6-10 deficit. Waze rank 25 on the ladder, can't find the closing gear. Whoa, less than a second, Noir is just blinking and winning these rounds right now. Waze picks him off the ramp to bring this within 4 rounds. He's actually the higher rated player on the ladder. Waze is putting on a real surge here, cutting the lead down to just 3 rounds. 2 in a row, both of these coming in just over a second. Noir wipes him off the ramp to reach match point. Pure reaction time there to shut that door. Boom! Noir takes it without taking a single hit to close out the series. He proves why he's the historical favorite here, taking down the higher ranked player despite the shaky form lately. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze face off on orange, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 252 to 213 over the long term, but that history isn't helping him right now. Waze actually took their most recent meeting 13-11 and is playing with that confidence today. The question is whether Glare can reclaim his usual edge here. Waze holds a 2-1 lead as Glare fights back. That was a blur, gone in under a second. Waze is starting to pull away here, and the underdog is looking very comfortable with this lead. He doesn't miss, 3 in a row for Waze, and that last kill was untouched. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Both players hit their marks, but he comes out on top. That's 4 in a row. Almost identical spots on the ladder for these two. He doesn't even take damage, 5 in a row for Waze. A tight gap on the ladder, but he's owning this set. Boom! Glare snaps the streak with a gritty fight to make it 3-6. Coming off a 13-10 win against Noir just now. Waze is playing like the slight favorite today, and his lead is only growing. He's already beaten Glare once in their most recent match, and he seems to have the psychological edge in this specific set. If he keeps this pace, Glare will need a huge swing to get back into this. Wow, a total scrap. Glare survives by a threat to make it 4-8 before the break. Another nail-biter. He barely walks away with that one. Waze takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Glare entered this as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. Waze used a 5-round streak to blow the game open, leaving Glare fighting for scraps. Side swap, time for a reset. Waze stays firm at 9-4, stifling the comeback. Two players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Whoa, a complete brawl. He barely survives that exchange to move to 10-4. Two players sitting almost identical on our rating. Glare close one back to make it 5-10. Both of them sitting right next to each other on our rating. Insane. A total bloodbath where both players nearly empty their clips, but he survives by a threat to make it 6-10. That's 2 in a row for him, both decided by a sliver. Waze puts a stop to that mini run. He's keeping the lead firmly in his grasp. Quick exchange there, gone in under 2 seconds. Unreal. Both players shredded each other in that scrap, but Waze survives it to reach match point. Game over. Waze closes it out with 3 straight to take the map. He's now won 2 in a row against Glare, proving those head-to-head numbers are a thing of the past. Waze looks way too sharp today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Noir take on Italy, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. He actually beat Noir in their most recent meeting as well, so he's entering this match with a clear psychological edge. The question is whether Noir can break that pattern here. He takes a few hits but fights through to make it 3 in a row. Pure reflex battle decided in just over a second. Both players take heavy damage, but Noir shows some grit to win the exchange and cut the lead to 3-1. Noir survives with just 47 HP to keep this close. He refuses to back down, taking 2 in a row to bring the score to 3-2. The underdog is flipping the script here. Glare pushes back to lead 4-2 after that stop. Clean win, not even a scratch on him. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant jump over Noir's historical performance here. The current scoreline suggests that the map edge is playing a major role in this match. We have to see if Noir can find a way to disrupt this flow. Noir snaps the round with a clean hit, cutting the lead to 6-3. Fast exchange, Noir doesn't let him breathe. Glare strikes back to make it 7-3. Under a second, just a blur of a round. Glare surges ahead to 8-3, totally dominating now, mirroring that 13-10 result from their last meeting. Glare 9, Noir 3, the underdog, is completely defying the pre-match expectations here. Glare is using that 59% head-to-head win rate to put Noir in a deep hole before the side switch. Noir needs a total reset here. Noir claws one back, but Glare leads 9-4. Walks away with full health after that exchange. Noir pulls one back, but Glare still leads 9-5. He survives with just 40 HP to keep the momentum. Glare shuts down that little comeback attempt immediately. He's firmly back in the driver's seat here. Glare extends his lead to 10-6, staying out of reach. 2 ranks apart on the ladder, keeping this very tight. Noir is fighting for every single round now, but Glare just won't let him build any real momentum. They're trading rounds back and forth now. Neither one can put together a streak to end this. Only 2 spots on the ladder separating these two. Both players bleed out in a frantic scramble, but Glare survives to reach match point. Insane, he barely hangs on with 47 HP. Boom, boom, boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just had too much for Noir today, including that insane half-second reaction to seal it. Glare continues to own this matchup. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Waze and Noir face off on Dunes, with Waze entering as the favorite today. Noir leads their head-to-head with 394 wins over Waze, despite that historical edge. Noir is struggling today and just came off a loss to Glare. The question is whether Noir can flip the script here or if Waze is taking control. Waze pushes ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the ropes. Coming off that strong 13-6 win over Glare. These rounds are over in a blink. Waze is just too fast for Noir right now. Gone in under 2 seconds. Whoa, a total bloodbath that he barely survives, making it 3 in a row. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit in under a second, making it 4 in a row. He just won't stop. 5 in a row for Waze, leaving Noir far behind at 6-1. Noir is struggling to match that 60% recent form. Finally, Noir snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 6-2. Waze has a 49% win rate on this map, which is the strongest historical edge he brings to this series. However, he's now dropped 2 rounds in a row to a player who usually holds the upper hand in their head-to-head. The question is whether Noir can keep this momentum going to erase the lead. Waze takes a clean one here to reclaim the lead before the break. A clean kill to wrap up the half. Waze leads 7-5. Noir entered as the clear favorite, but the underdog is currently pulling off a surprise. Waze used a 5-round streak to build this cushion, though Noir's recent 3-round run keeps this close. Side swap, fresh start. Waze extends the gap to 8-5 with that one. Under a second, just a blur. The underdog is actually making the case here. Noir keeps fighting, clawing back into this one to bring it to 8-6. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Insane. Both players dump their clips in a total bloodbath, but he survives with just 8 HP to keep this comeback alive. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 8-8, making it 3 straight. He shuts down that run instantly, taking it back to 9-8 without taking a hit. Wow, he deletes him in under a second without taking a hit to tie it at 9-9. The resilience from Noir is real. He doesn't take a scratch, taking the lead 10-9 as this comeback keeps rolling. The slight favorite is completely losing the grip here. Noir forces the deadlock. We're tight 10-10 here. He's coming off a 13-11 win over Glare today. Waze just snatched the momentum back. He's put together 2 quick wins to pull ahead again. He deletes him in 0.6 seconds without taking a hit. Waze is at match point. Noir refuses to go quietly, catching him in under a second without taking a hit. Unreal, he deletes him without taking a scratch to force a 12-12 tie and overtime. Pure chaos as we head into the extra blocks. Waze just reclaimed the lead. He's fighting against the historical grain here to put himself 1 step closer to the win. That was a scrap, but he holds on with 32 HP. Waze is pulling away here. 2 quick wins in a row have him firmly in the driver's seat. Another scrap where he survives with a sliver of health. He breaks the streak with a quick exchange. That's 3 in a row and match point for Waze. Noir survives the trade to keep this fight alive, refusing to let the match end here. Noir just refuses to let this one slip away. Nour keeps the dream alive with 2 in a row, showing incredible grit to stay in this. Insane. He survives on 2 HP after a brutal trade to make it 3 straight and reach match point. Man, he's playing with his life on the line today. Waze halts the slide to lead 16-15. Waze strikes again to push the lead to 17-15. He's playing a better day than Noir's 6-9 run. Noir claws back to 17-16 to keep it tight. The underdog keeps refusing to break. Waze extends his cushion to 18-16. The slight favorite is reclaiming his territory in the closing stretch. Waze surges to 19-16, putting a stranglehold on this. He finally gets one over the guy who usually owns him in the head-to-head. Noir barely survived 3 different scraps, but it wasn't enough in overtime. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze face off on Mappas to see who takes the win today. Glare leads the lifetime head-to-head 252-214, and that historical edge is playing out here, while Waze has one more of their recent encounters. Glare is much more comfortable on this specific map. We have to see if Waze can bridge that gap. Both players landed hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to get a foot in the door. Another one. He makes it 4 in a row to open a 4-0 lead. The slight favorite is completely frozen right now. Both players landed shots, but he recovers from the damage to make it 5 in a row. Coming off a tight 13-10 win against Noir earlier today. Waze snaps the run with a clean hit, cutting the lead to 5-1. Quick reflex there to put a stop to the run. Waze has won 3 of the last 5 encounters, and that recent trend is starting to outweigh the historical data. These two are nearly identical on the ladder, which makes this a pure battle of current form. The question is if Waze can keep this momentum going to fully erase Glare's lead. Glare holds a 6-3 cushion as we hit round 9. Fast exchange there, barely a second and a half. Waze wins another, breaking the streak and continuing this resilient climb back into the game. The pre-match favorite is finally asserting himself. Glare pushes to 7-4, keeping Waze at arm's length. Tough fight there. He barely hangs on with 48 HP. Glare leads 7-5. This half tracks expectations as the favorite uses his 53% win rate on Mappas to keep control. Waze stayed close, but Glare's early 5-round run gave him the cushion he needs going into the switch. Switch sides, freshed up. Glare stretches it to 8-5, widening the gap. Our rank 26 player asserts the advantage here. Glare hits 9-5, putting a serious grip on this. Waze is struggling here after that 13-6 win over him earlier today. He doesn't even take damage on that hit, making it 3 in a row. Our rank 25 player is struggling to stay competitive. He wins the race to the head, making it 4 in a row to lead 11-5. Barely over a second to settle this one. Waze snaps the run with a clean hit, trailing 11-6. Waze has the higher rating on the ladder by a hair. He takes no damage on the hit to reach match point, leading 12-6. The pre-match favorite is simply outclassed here. Waze catches him clean to stay alive, leaving Glare 1 win away from the match. The slight favorite refuses to go quietly here. Boom, he wins the trade to close it out 13-7. He really knows his way around Mappas. Waze had the momentum lately, but Glare just takes over here. Welcome to Redline. Glare and Noir face off today, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Noir catches him right off the ramp to take an early lead, coming off a 13-7 win against him earlier today. Glare leads the head-to-head 354 to 245, holding a clear historical advantage over Noir. It is surprising to see him struggle here, since he just took a win against Noir earlier today. The question is whether Glare can flip the script before this gap widens. They both fought for the ramp, but Glare comes out on top to take the lead. He's the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Noir edges ahead 3-2 as the pressure mounts. That was a blink and you miss it. Glare holds the ramp to tie it up, and these rounds are moving fast. He's been the stronger player in their recent meetings. Glare pulls ahead 4-3 to seize the momentum. 2 seconds on the clock, he's just playing faster. Noir levels it at 4-4, we're back to square one. Pure speed on that kill, just over a second. Noir takes him from the ramp to keep this run going. Noir's playing like the favorite here. Deadlocked at 5-5. Glare and Noir are neck and neck. Sub 1 second kill to snap that run. Glare holds the ramp to keep this run alive, putting some serious distance between them. He's currently sitting higher on the ladder. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying expectations here, using a 3-round streak to seize control. Glare wins 59% of their all-time head-to-head matchups and looks to push for the upset after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Glare has been a 19-17 player over the last 24 hours, and that steadiness is showing here. He is consistently outplaying Noir today, mirroring the result from their earlier encounter where he took a comfortable win. Now it is just a matter of if Noir can find a way to break this run. Noir snaps the streak with a clean hit, showing real resilience to pull within 1-2 quick ones in a row to keep this tight. Glare holds the ramp to push his lead to 2, keeping Noir at arm's length, coming off a strong 13-7 win against Waze earlier. Glare surges to 10-7, putting Noir in a hole. Noir is sitting at 6-10 over the last day. Noir doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive. Clean exchange there, not a single hit taken. He snaps the streak and makes it 2 in a row, refusing to let the lead slip. The favorite is starting to feel the heat here. Unreal. He wipes him off the ramp to tie it 10-10, surviving by a thread. Man, he's just barely hanging on with 24 HP. Glare takes a few hits but manages to win the exchange and reclaim the lead 11-10. Rank 25 on the ladder just regained his footing. Noir takes a few hits but wins the trade, leveling this series at 11-11. Total deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Noir doesn't take a single hit to snap the streak, putting him at match point. The favorite is struggling to close this out. Insane. Glare knocks him off the ramp and survives with just 15 HP to force overtime at 12-12. Wow, surviving on just 15 HP to force this. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He barely survives with 20 HP to complete the comeback and win it 13-12. Absolute chaos to seal the victory. This is just a toss-up at this point. We are seeing these rounds end in a blink. Sub 1 second response to keep it deadlocked. Noir catches him from the ramp to take a 14-13 lead, continuing this gritty climb back. They're just trading blows now. Neither one can put the other away to end this. Exactly how they match up historically on this map. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to put Noir at match point. 15-14. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Boom! He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse in overtime, barely scraping through those low HP scrambles to take it. Glare fought for every inch. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Waze and Noir face off in a close match where the favorite meets a tough test. Noir leads the head-to-head history with 394 wins over Waze. Despite that long-term edge, Waze actually took their most recent meeting, so we're seeing if that recent success can override the historical trend. The question is whether Noir can reclaim his usual hold on this matchup. Noir edges ahead 2-1, keeping the pressure on Waze. Waze comes into this after a tough 7-13 loss to Glare. Noir is really starting to pull away here, winning 3 of the last 4 rounds. Waze entered this as the slight favorite. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Noir. Waze is ranked 25 on the ladder, but he's not playing like it. Another one for Noir. That's 4 in a row to make it 5-1. Noir is flipping the script after that 16-19 loss in their last meeting. Finally, Waze breaks that run to bring it to 3-5. Noir is coming off a rough 7-10 day overall. Unreal. He survives on just 8 HP after a total bloodbath to make it 3-5. Insane survival. He's just refusing to go down. Waze is 17-19 in the last 24 hours, showing he can keep pace despite the current score. He is generally the slight favorite in this pairing, but he has to find a way to stop Noir from pulling away. The question is if Waze can actually turn this around. Noir extends his grip, pushing the tally to 7-4. Clean finish, gone in under 2 seconds. Noir leads 7-5. The half is playing out as expected with the historical favorite in control. Noir used a 4-round streak to build this gap, while Waze fights to keep it within reach. Side swap, fresh start. Noir holds a commanding 8-5 lead over Waze. Gone in under a second, completely shuts down that momentum. Gone. Noir climbs to 9-5, putting Waze in a hole. He's playing like the historical favorite in this pairing. He shuts down that comeback attempt, making it 3 in a row to lead 10-5. Noir, rank 28, is playing well above his ladder spot. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 in a row to make it 5-11. Noir's coming off a strong 16-14 win over Glare. He doesn't take a single hit. 5 in a row puts Noir at match point. The slight favorite is completely stripped of his momentum. Unreal. He survives on a mere 15 HP after a chaotic scrap to win the map. He just completely reclaimed that historical edge. Waze couldn't find an answer for that 6-round run in the second half. Welcome to Berserk League! Glare and Waze face off on Orange in a close matchup where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads their head-to-head history with 253 wins. He actually took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion, so he's looking to regain that upper hand here. The question is whether Waze can keep this early momentum going. Waze edges ahead to 1, putting Glare on the back foot. Quick kill there, barely a second of action. Waze is starting to pull away here. Glare is the favorite, but he's playing catch-up now. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to him just now. He doesn't even take damage 3 in a row for Waze. Just a tiny gap on the ladder between these two. He snaps back instantly, taking the round in just over a second without taking a hit. Waze is sitting on a 17-19 record over the last 24 hours, but he looks much sharper in this specific matchup. He's currently defying the usual trend where Glare takes the lead. The big question is if Glare can find a way to disrupt this flow. Waze holds a 6-3 grip as Glare struggles. Ranked 26 on the ladder, making a case today. Both players land heavy hits, but Glare survives the exchange to pull it back to 4-6. Wow, a really scrappy exchange to get that one back. Waze extends the gap to 7-4 right now. Coming off a 7-13 loss to him just now. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. Glare entered this as the clear favorite, but he's struggling to keep up. Waze is pushing for a full upset after his 3-round streak gave him the edge. Sides, swap, fresh. Waze pushes it to 8-5, widening the gap. Waze is playing a different game than he did in that 7-13 loss. Waze hits a 9-5 lead, putting Glare in trouble. Clean kill there, not a single point of damage taken. He wipes him out without taking a hit. 3 in a row for Waze, making it 10-5. That's 4 in a row for Waze, snapping the opposition's run to lead 11-5. Coming off a 14-16 loss to Noir just now. 5 in a row, he crushes that run and hits match point 12-5. The slight favorite is now just 1 step from the finish. Unreal. A total bloodbath that Glare somehow survives with just 8 HP to deny match point. Insane scramble to stay alive. Boom. He shuts the door with a clean kill to take the map 13-6. He really flips the script on that head-to-head history. Glare just couldn't find an answer for him today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite facing a tough test. Noir catches him right off the ramp to take the opening lead. Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings. Glare holds a massive 354-246 lead in their all-time head-to-head, while Noir has won most of their recent meetings. That long-term history suggests Glare knows exactly how to handle this matchup. The question is whether that historical edge can overcome Noir's current momentum. We're all square at 2 apiece for Glare and Noir. He's coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Waze. These rounds are over in a blink. Glare is just way too fast for Noir right now. Gone in just over a second. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Glare. The favorite is asserting control here. Unreal, he wipes him out in under a second to make it 4 in a row. Noir snaps the run with a clean kill, showing real resilience to keep this close at 5-3. Took a bit longer this time, but he got the job done. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 2 in a row for Noir, clawing back into this. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Whoa, he wipes him out to make it 3 in a row. We're all tied at 5-5. That one actually took a few seconds to resolve. Glare halts the run to reclaim the lead at 6-5 before the break. Tighter fight this time, but he survives with 79 HP. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying the pre-match expectations by holding the lead over Noir. Glare's 59% all-time head-to-head win rate is showing here as he manages to keep the favorite at bay. Side swap, fresh start. Glare just lost a close one to Noir earlier today, so he's playing with a point to prove in this rematch. He's already handled the favorite in their previous 600 meetings, and that long-term confidence is clearly showing in this lead. The question is if Noir can find a way to disrupt this flow. Noir catches him from the ramp to snap the streak and keep this comeback alive. Quick reflex win, Noir is charging back. Noir keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, erasing the deficit to tie this at 8-8. The favorite is now fighting from behind in the momentum shift. He takes a few hits, but manages to kill him back, reclaiming the lead 9-8. Tough trade of damage, but he survives with 48 HP. Glare takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 10-8. He's shaking off that 14-16 loss to him from earlier today. Boom! He doesn't take a hit and makes it 3 in a row to lead 11-8. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage in a total scrap, but Glare survives it to reach match point. Noir doesn't take a hit here, showing real resilience to keep this alive at 12-10. Clean kill, he didn't even take a hit. Noir doesn't take a hit here, showing real grit to keep this fight alive at 12-11. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Game over. He wipes him out without taking a hit to take the map 13-11. He just couldn't let Noir close the gap. Glare really had to dig deep to stop that momentum shift. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take the stage on Dunes for this 1v1 rifle duel. Whoa, a complete scrap. Noir survives by a thread to take the lead 1-0. He's coming off a convincing 13-5 win over Waze recently. Noir holds a lead of 395 to 339 in their all-time head-to-head. He usually has the upper hand in this specific matchup, and the early scoreline is mirroring that history. The question is whether Waze can flip the script today. Waze fights back. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. That second one was way faster, just a blur. Noir is the favorite for a reason. He just shuts down that little run from Waze. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite. Waze pulls it back. We're tied up at 3. Insane speed on that last kill, barely half a second. Noir edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. Waze, rank 25 on the ladder, is fighting for his life here. Neither one is letting the other breathe. We've seen 4 straight rounds, straight back and forth. Waze actually holds the edge on this map. Waze seizes the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. Waze coming off a strong 13-6 win against Glare today. Noir levels it. We are all square at 5. Fast reaction there, just under a second. Noir is building some real momentum here, taking 2 in a row to push his lead. Waze 5, Noir 7. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding the lead. Noir used the 3-round streak to pull away. The Waze remains within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Noir is currently 8-11 in the last 24 hours, but he is playing his best tennis right now. He has a history of taking Waze's lunch money, and this current streak proves he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. Now it's a matter of whether Waze can break this run. Wow, a total slugfest. Waze survives the chaos to make it 2 in a row, showing real grit in this comeback. Noir snaps the streak to lead 9-7. A much cleaner kill this time, no damage taken. Waze. Unreal. Both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but Waze survives to close the gap to 8-9. Boom. Both players trade heavy hits, but Waze survives to tie it at 9-9. Man, he just can't seem to shake this momentum. Noir regains control, edging ahead 10-9. Clean stop there. Didn't even let him get a shot off. Wow. A total shutdown. Waze erases the lead to tie it at 10-10, showing incredible resilience. These rounds are just alternating back and forth. Noir barely edges ahead again in a total toss-up. Unreal. Waze survives a total bloodbath with just 1 HP to tie this up at 11-11. Insane, he's already survived 3 of these nail biters today. Another brutal exchange, but Waze digs deep to take the lead. 12-11, he's at match point. Boom, a clean shot in under a second, closes the door. Waze completes the comeback and takes the map. He finally flips the script on Noir after that blowout loss earlier. Those low HP scrambles made all the difference today. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze take it to Italy for this match, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 253-215, but that history doesn't seem to matter today. Waze just beat him in a blowout a few matches ago and looks to repeat that performance here. The question is if Glare can use his map advantage to flip the script. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze. Coming off a strong 13-6 win against him recently. Untouched again. That's 4 in a row for Waze. The slight favorite is playing exactly to expectation here. Another clean kill. He makes it 5 in a row. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Finally, Glare snaps the streak and brings it to 1-5. Boom, a kill in just over a second. Waze is sitting at 19-17 in the last 24 hours, maintaining a steady pace across all his games today. He is carrying that consistency into this series, completely ignoring the fact that Glare is usually the favorite. Now we see if Waze can keep this momentum and avoid a comeback. Waze holds a 6-3 lead as Glare struggles. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Waze just shut down that mini run. He's keeping the lead firmly in his grasp. Rank 25 on the ladder just shuts the door. Waze pushes to 7-4, still firmly in control. Walks away with full health this time. Waze leads 8-4. The underdog is defying expectations and playing far better than the head-to-head history suggests. Glare struggled to keep up during a 5-round skid, and he needs a strong second half to avoid the upset. Side swap time for a reset. Glare cuts it to 5-8, fighting for a lifeline. Under a second for that kill. Glare, rank 26 on the ladder, refuses to go away. Waze hits 9-5, stretching the lead once again. Clean. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing a pattern of sub-1 second kills as this series tightens up. Waze hits 10-6 and puts the squeeze on Glare. Walks away from that one with full health. Glare makes it 7-10, still chasing Waze's lead. He's coming off a 13-11 win against Noir. Waze is just a hair faster right now. Glare can't seem to string together a run to close this gap. Waze shuts that down in under a second to reach match point 12-7. The underdog is completely flipping the script today. Boom, he doesn't even take a hit to close it out and take the map. He completely ignored the map advantage Glare usually holds here. Waze just continues to own this matchup lately. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Noir take on the arena in a close matchup to see who wins. Glare has the historical edge here with a 59% win rate against Noir. He actually just beat him in their last meeting as well, so he's carrying a lot of confidence into this set. The question is if Noir can flip the script this time. Glare leads 2-1 as Noir fights to stay alive. Pure speed on that last one, gone in under 2 seconds. Noir has all the momentum right now, erasing that early deficit to tie this up. Under a second on that kill, just pure instinct. Glare edges ahead 3-2 after a clutch play. Noir's coming off a tough 11-13 loss to him just now. Deadlocked at 3-3. Noir has completely leveled the field. The slight favorite is struggling to keep a lead here. Noir is starting to pull ahead here, putting together a real round to take control of the set. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure now. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row for Noir. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Whoa! A total slugfest. He scrapes by with just 13 HP to make it 4 in a row. Barely survived that one to keep the run alive. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 5 in a row. The slight favorite is completely stalled out here. Finally, Glare snaps that round with a clean hit before the break. Clean kill and he doesn't even take a hit. Noir leads 7-5. This half tracks expectations with the favorite holding a narrow lead. Noir used the 5-round win streak to seize control, though Glare remains within striking distance heading into the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. He's showing real resilience here, taking this one without taking a hit to pull it back to 6-7. Fast reaction, keeping the pressure on from the jump. He does it again. Glare erases the deficit to tie this at 7-7. The favorite is finally asserting his authority in this set. Noir grabs the lead, 8-7, reclaiming the advantage. Coming off a rough 7-13 loss to Waze earlier today. Unreal, he fights his way back from a 4-round deficit to tie this at 8-8. Both players trading blows in a total deadlock. He doesn't take a single hit, taking the lead 9-8 as the comeback continues. Insane, he doesn't take a hit, making it 3 in a row as he continues to erase that early deficit. Both players land heavy hits, but he survives the trade to make it 4 straight. Tough trade, but he secures the win regardless. Wow, another clean hit. That's 5 in a row for Glare to reach match point. Sub-second reaction time to close the gap. Game over. He completes the 6th-round tier to finish the comeback and take the map. That second half surge was the difference. Noir fought hard, but he just couldn't stop that momentum once it shifted. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Waze takes on Noir in this 1v1 with the favorite facing a tough test today. Waze is coming in on a free win streak, and that momentum is carrying over from his victory against Noir just a few matches ago. While Noir typically holds the historical advantage in this rivalry, he struggled recently compared to Waze. The question is whether Noir can break this skid. Waze leads 2-1, putting Noir under serious pressure. He's coming off a 13-7 win against Glare. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Quick reset here, we're dead even. Wow, a complete slugfest. Noir survives a razor-thin exchange to take the lead 3-2. Insane, he's just barely escaping these fights. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Noir. Waze snaps that run with a sub-second kill to make it 3-4. Waze has a 2016 record over the last 24 hours, while Noir has struggled to find any footing today. Despite that gap in form, Noir is currently playing well enough to flip the script on the favorite. We'll see if he can keep this run going. Noir keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 7-3. Noir is flipping the script after a rough 8-13 day. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives a desperate exchange to make it 4 in a row before the break. Barely hanging on with 27 HP to close that one. Waze 4, Noir 8. This half tracks expectations with Noir taking control of the map. Despite Waze's recent form, Noir's 54% lifetime head-to-head advantage is showing here. Let's see if Waze can close this gap after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Noir is running away with it, now leading 9-4. Sub-second reaction to shut that. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Waze claws 1 back to make it 5-9. He's coming off a strong 13-6 win on this map recently. Noir is just too fast today, keeping Waze at arm's length as he pushes for the finish. Noir hits 10-6, leaving Waze fighting for a comeback. The slight favorite is refusing to go away quietly. Noir is just a few steps away from closing this out, putting Waze in a deep hole. Sub-second reaction to shut that down. Becoming a total toss-up lately, they've traded the last 4 rounds back and forth. Waze is chipping away at this lead, cutting it to just 3 rounds. Waze, rank 24 on the ladder, is closing the gap. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 straight, cutting the lead to 9-11. Boom. He survives the exchange to make it 4 straight, cutting the lead to 10-11. The favorite is finally asserting himself in this one. Noir kills the momentum. He shuts down the run to reach match point at 12-10. Unreal! He survives with just 1 HP after a chaotic brawl to take the map. He just kept scraping through those low HP fights when it mattered most. Huge upset for Noir to snap that skid. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Glare and Waze are facing off on Mappas, where the favorite looks to secure a strong victory. Glare holds a career lead of 253 wins over Waze in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Waze just beat him convincingly in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Glare can regain his footing here. Glare edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Waze. Wow, under a second for that kill. Unreal, a total slugfest that leaves Waze barely standing to tie this up at 2-2. Insane, he survived 2 rounds now with under 30 HP. Glare strikes back to lead it 3-2. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Waze close back to level the tally at 3-3. Waze currently sits 1 spot higher on the ladder. These rounds are ending in a blink. Glare is just faster to the trigger right now. The ladder has them nearly tied in rating. Deadlock. Glare and Waze are knotted up at 4-4, coming off that 13-7 win in their last meeting. Waze surges ahead, taking a 5-4 lead. He's currently sitting 1 spot higher on the ladder. Back to a deadlock. We've got a complete stalemate as they head toward the half. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite. Glare pulls ahead 6-5 to seize the momentum. He's currently ranked 26 on the ladder. We're tied 6-6 at the break. This is tracking with the pre-match read, though Glare hasn't been able to pull away despite his 54% win rate on Mappas. It's a toss-up heading into the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Glare nabs the lead, making it 7-6. Quick exchange there on the 2 seconds. Coming off on a 17-19 run over the last day. Waze answers back to lock this up at 7-7. Another exchange settled in just over a second. Whoa, both players were shredded in that exchange, but he survives with just 8 HP to make it 8-7. Waze doesn't take a single hit here, making it 3 in a row to lead 9-7. Cleanest kill of the 3-round run. He snaps back with a clean kill to bring it to 8-9. The slight favorite's lead is starting to slip. Complete parity. Glare levels it up at 9-9. Under a second again, just lightning. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. He snaps off another clean kill to make it 3 in a row, leading 10-9. That's 4 in a row for Glare, snapping Waze's run to lead 11-9. Opposite of that 13-7 result in their last meeting. 5 in a row for Glare, he's at match point, leading 12-9. The slight favorite is completely stalled out here. Boom, he closes it out without taking a single hit to win the map. That second half surge completely flipped the script. He just played his way back into the driver's seat of this rivalry. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Noir face off on red line with the favorite looking for a strong win. Glare leads the head-to-head 356-246 over the course of hundreds of matches. He actually just beat Noir 13-8 in their most recent encounter, so the momentum is leaning his way early. The question is if Noir can break that pattern here. Glare edges ahead 2-1 as Noir fights to respond. He's coming off a 13-9 win against Waze. Noir catches him right on the ramp to tie this up. 2-2. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure now. Glare pulls back out front. 3-2, staying composed. Whoa, that was a blink and you miss it. Kill. Noir catches him from the ramp to even things up. 3-3. Rank 29 on the ladder, refusing to back down. Noir takes him from the ramp to keep this streak alive. Quick reflex win to take the lead. He knocks Glare off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Noir wins the trade on the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Noir is playing like the favorite right now. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 5 in a row. Barely a second and a half to end it. Insane. He survives with 2 HP to make it 6 in a row before the break. Absolutely heart-stopping survival to close out the half. Noir leads 9-3. He's playing exactly like the favorite should, turning a close start into a blowout with a 7-round win streak. Glare needs a complete reset to close this gap. Side swap, fresh start. Glare has a 45% all-time win rate across thousands of matches, but he's currently failing to find that baseline against Noir. Despite being the slight favorite coming into this, the scoreline is now reflecting a total mismatch. The question is whether Glare can even find a single round to stop the slide. Glare picks him right off the ramp to keep this comeback attempt alive. Quick snap to shut that down. Quick kill to keep him in the fight. Wow, he scrapes by with 15 HP to knock Noir off the ramp. Man, that was a nail-biter to keep the run going. Thanks a few shots to land the kill, making it 3 in a row. Quickest kill of the run, just over a second. Noir shuts down the comeback attempt and reaches match point 12-6. The underdog is firmly in control now. Boom! He scrapes by with a sliver of health to take the map 13-6. He just completely erased that head-to-head history. Noir takes this one and gets his revenge after that last meeting. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Waze and Noir take on the Dunes map in this close contest. Noir leads the head-to-head 396-340 over the long term. He actually took the win in their most recent meeting as well, making this early lead for Waze a bit of a deviation. The question is whether Waze can actually flip the script today. Waze pushes ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot. He's shaking off that 9-13 loss to Glare from earlier. These rounds are over in a blink. Waze is just too fast for him right now. Whoa, that was over in a blink. Waze edges it 3-2, keeping Noir under pressure. Noir coming off a strong 13-6 win against Glare earlier today. Waze extends his lead to 4-2, dominating the pace. Barely survived that one with 31 HP. Unreal, both players almost empty their clips, but Noir survives with just 7 HP to make it 4th. Waze has a 49% win rate on this map, giving him a slight historical advantage here. He's fighting to turn that edge into a lead after starting the day with a 18-18 record. If he keeps this pace, he can finally shake off those early losses. Untouched. He doesn't let Noir back in, making it 3 in a row. Gone in a flash, just over a second. He keeps it rolling with 4 in a row, extending the lead to 8-3 before the break. Waze 9, Noir 3. Noir entered as the favorite, but Waze is tearing through him. A 5-round streak puts the underdog in total control. We'll see if Noir can stop the bleeding after the switch. Noir needs a full reset here. Waze hits 10, leaving Noir completely stranded at 3. Noir's 10-13 run today is looking even tougher now. Noir grabs one back, but Waze leads 10-4. Close one. Noir barely hangs on with 32 HP. Waze is just cruising through this. He's making short work of the favorite today. Waze, ranked 26 on the ladder, just can't be stopped. He snaps that streak immediately to hit match point, leading 12-4. The slight favorite is just too strong today. Boom! He secures the final kill from the box to take the map. He completely flips the script on the head-to-head history here. Noir just had no answer for those reaction times. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Waze face off today in a close matchup where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare holds a lead of 254-216 in their head-to-head history, though the odds flipped for this specific match. Waze entered as the favorite today and is already using that confidence to push his lead. We'll see if the historical edge helps Glare stabilize. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze. Coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Noir right before this. Tight trade, but he comes out on top. That's 4 in a row. Waze is playing like he's still riding that 13-4 win over Noir. Finally, Glare breaks the run and pulls it back to 1-4. He's currently sitting just one spot above him on the ladder. Another one for Glare. He's showing some real resilience to make it 2-4. 2 seconds in, and it's over. 3 in a row. He's carving through that lead to make it 3-4. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Wow, he's completely erased that deficit. 4 in a row to tie that 4-4. Under a second for that kill. Waze answers back immediately to take a 5-4 lead. He's sitting just one spot above him on the ladder. Waze is playing a 19-17 day so far and is using that momentum to pull ahead here. He's already beaten Glare in 2 of their last 5 encounters, showing he can handle this matchup regardless of the overall history. The question is whether Glare can find a way to hold this run before halftime. Glare 5, Waze 7. The favorite struggling to keep pace as Waze pushes for an upset. Both players traded 4-round streaks, but Waze holds the edge despite Glare winning 54% of their career meetings. Side swap, let's see the reset. Waze extends his grip to 8-5 over Glare. Waze is sitting just one spot above him on the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit. Glare keeps fighting back to make it 6-8. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Untouched in a second. He keeps climbing back to make it 7-8. 2 clean kills in a row without taking a hit. Unreal. He's won 3 straight to tie this up at 8-8 after that early deficit. Boom. He takes another one without taking a hit, making it 4 straight to lead 9-8. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit and makes it 5 in a row to lead 10-8. The underdog is now firmly in the driver's seat. Waze snaps the round with a clean kill, bringing it to 10-9. Waze is currently sitting one spot above him on the ladder. He walks away untouched to make it 11-9, continuing this gritty climb from a 4-round deficit. He snaps the streak with a sub-second kill to reach match point, completing a gritty climb from that 4-round deficit. Boom, he closes it out without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really leaned on that lifetime head-to-head edge to stifle Waze's momentum. That sub-second reaction time was just too much hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir take on Fast Tank today, where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, but Noir has won 4 of their 5 most recent meetings. It looks like the historical edge is shifting in Noir's favor. The question is whether Glare can stop that trend here. Glare picks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The favorite is making it look easy early on. Untouched again. That's 4 in a row for Glare, who just deletes him in under a second. He catches him from the ramp for 5 in a row. Opposite of that 13-6 result Noir put up in their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. 6 in a row for Glare. The favorite is playing exactly to the expectation here. Finally, Noir catches him from the ramp to break that run. He actually holds a 50% win rate on this map. Noir is playing a 10-14 record over the last 24 hours, so he isn't exactly on a tear today. Still, he's the one with the historical edge on this map, and those 2 quick rounds show he knows how to punish Glare here. We'll see if he can turn this into a full comeback. Glare knocks him off the ramp to make it 7-3. Coming off a recent 13-9 win against Waze. Noir claws one back, but Glare leads 7-4. Noir survives that one with 57 HP. Took a bit longer to settle, but he gets the kill. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations by keeping the favorite at arm's length. Glare used a 6-round streak to build this cushion, but Noir is fighting back. Side swap, time for Noir to respond. Glare pushes ahead, 8-5, extending his lead again. Fast response there, putting an end to that mini run. Deleted. Glare hits 9, putting a serious grip on this. The favorite is firmly in control of this one. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Noir breaks the run with 2 in a row, showing real resilience in this comeback. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Glare picks him off the ramp to kill that momentum and push the lead back to 3. Barely survived that one with 41 HP. Glare is pulling away here. Noir needs to find an answer fast, or this one is over quickly. Noir knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's sitting just a few spots behind him on the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit to bring the score to 12-8, match point for Glare. The favorite is just too consistent today. Noir picks him off the ramp to keep this match point alive. Whoa, he just won't let this match close out. Boom. He deletes him in less than a second to take the map. 13-9. He stops the bleeding just in time. Glare puts a halt to that recent losing streak against Noir right here. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Waze and Noir face off on Italy in a closely contested match. Whoa, a total scrap. Noir barely scrapes through that one to lead 1-0. Noir typically holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Unreal. Both players shredded each other in a second, but Waze survives by a hair to tie it 1-1. Waze comes into this with a 1917 record over the last 24 hours, showing a bit more stability than Noir. Despite that, the betting outlook usually lists Noir as the clear favorite in this pairing. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can sustain this early pressure. Noir edges ahead 3-2 after a tense exchange. Waze is coming off a dominant 13-4 win against him recently. Waze is picking up steam here, taking 3 in a row to seize the lead. Noir claws it back to lead 4-3. Fast exchange there, settled in just over a second. Deadlocked at 4-4, Waze and Noir are perfectly matched. Noir is currently struggling with a 10-15 record over the last day. Waze is putting together a nice run here, taking 3 of the last 4 to build a cushion. Total stalemate now as Noir levels it at 5-5. Noir typically holds the upper hand in their long-term history. Waze breaks the deadlock to lead it 6-5. The underdog flipping the script today. Waze leads 7-5. We expected Noir to control this one, but the underdog is playing the better half. Despite Noir's 54% lifetime win rate in this head-to-head, Waze is currently steering this toward a surprise result. Sides swap, time for a reset. Waze keeps the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. Quick trade there, settled in just over a second. Noir forces a reset, making it 7-7. Insane reaction time, settled in under a second. Waze is keeping the lead, denying Noir any chance to build a real streak here. It took a bit longer to settle, but he gets the stop. Waze is now sitting on a 2-round streak and is definitely carrying over the confidence from that recent 13-4 win against Noir. Both players have struggled against Glare today, but Waze is the one finding the answers in this specific head-to-head. The question is whether Noir can break this momentum before the gap widens. Boom. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row to lead 11-7. 5 in a row for Waze. He's at match point now, leading 12-7. Fastest exchange of the series, settled in under a second. Noir snaps the streak. He denies the immediate finish, keeping himself in this 12-8 fight. Makes it 2 in a row, keeping the dream alive at 12-9. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure here. Makes it 3 in a row. Noir refuses to go quietly, fighting back after that 5-round deficit. Boom. Waze wins the slugfest to take the map. He really shrugged off that late push from Noir to seal the deal. A huge result for Waze, hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze take on Redline today in a close matchup. Glare leads the head-to-head with 255 wins over Waze. He also took their most recent meeting 13-9, so he has the clear historical edge in this rivalry. The question is whether Waze can keep this early momentum going. Glare catches him right on the ramp to keep this streak alive. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite. Deadlocked at 2-0. Glare and Waze are perfectly matched. Quick exchange there, settled in under 2 seconds. Waze edges ahead 3-2 to seize the lead. Waze is playing like the favorite here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze. Less than a second to settle it. Glare answers back with a clean kill to bring it to 3-4. He's coming off that 39 win over Noir earlier. Glare picks him right off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. Rank 24 on the ladder, taking control here. Waze holds a slim 5-4 lead over Glare. Waze survives that one with just 53 HP. Both players are sitting on identical 19-17 records over the last 24 hours. It shows how tight this matchup is on the ladder, though Waze has the momentum right now. We have to see if Glare can flip the script before halftime. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the script here, as Glare usually wins 54% of their head-to-head meetings. Waze has the lead, but this stays a toss-up after the side switch. Side swap. Let's see the response. Waze clings to a 7-6 lead as this tightens. Fast exchange there, settled in under a second and a half. Survives that one with just 47 HP. Waze pushes it to 8-6 to widen the gap. A bit more patient there, taking over 3 seconds to settle it. We've seen a string of quick exchanges here. This match is becoming a complete toss-up. Pure speed there, settled in exactly 1 second. Waze catches him from the ramp to push the lead to 9-7. Took a bit longer to settle that one, but he gets it done. Waze extends his cushion to 10-7 with that kill. Waze is playing like the favorite today. Whoa, a total bloodbath that he barely survives to make it 3 in a row. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 4 in a row. Match point for Waze. Boom, a scrap for survival, but he finishes it off to win the match. He completely flips the script on the head-to-head history here. Glare usually has his number, but Waze just took over. Welcome to the Berserk League. Glare and Noir take it to the dunes where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he has historically struggled here with a 37% win rate on this map. Noir typically plays better in this environment and is looking to turn his recent slump into a streak. The question is whether Glare can overcome the map disadvantage. Wow, a complete scrap. He barely survives that exchange to make it 2-1. Unreal. He stays alive again with practically nothing left. Noir fights back to tie it up at 2-2. Purely instinctive. That was a blink. And you miss it kill. Noir edges ahead 3-2 after a clinical finish. 1 second is all it took to take the lead. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with only 8 HP to make it 4-2. The underdog is flipping the script here. Glare claws one back to make it 3-4. He's coming off a 13-9 win against Noir earlier today. Deadlocked at 4-4. Glare and Noir are perfectly matched. 2 quick ones in a row to lock this up. Whoa! A total scrap. He survives the chaos to take 3 in a row. Another close call, barely walking away with 21 HP. He shuts it down quickly to tie the score at 5-5. The underdog is fighting to flip the pre-match expectations. Noir snatches the lead, making it 6-5. 2 in a row, finished in under 3 seconds total. Noir leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking right with the pre-match read as Noir leverages his 45% win rate on dunes to keep the edge. Both players traded 3-round streaks in a very close opening half. Side swap time for a reset. Glare narrows the gap to 6-7. He's playing like the higher rated guy on the ladder here. Noir is currently 10-16 in the last 24 hours, but he's playing far better than that record suggests. He is effectively ignoring his recent slump to push the lead here, and the question is whether Glare can find a way to break this momentum. Noir pushes it to 9-7, extending his cushion. Noir is pushing back after that 4-13 loss an hour ago. Wow, that was a blink. These rounds are flying by and now we're completely deadlocked. Boom, that was a sub 1 second kill. Total stalemate. Glare and Noir are locked at 9-9. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Glare to take the lead, 10-9. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a blur, but Noir survives by a threat to tie it at that 10. Boom! Glare is just blinking and winning this now. He's putting massive pressure on Noir to respond. We're heading straight for overtime. Neither player can put together a streak to end this. Another one, second exchange to keep it deadlocked. Absolute carnage. He scrapes through that exchange with nearly nothing left to reach match point 12-11. Boom! He shuts it down in a blink to take the map 13-11. He really fought through his map, struggles to get this one. Noir played his heart out, but he just couldn't close it. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Waze and Noir face off today with the underdog looking for a big win. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head with 396 wins, but he is currently on a 4-match losing streak. Waze is the one showing better recent form, including a win over Noir just moments ago. The question is whether Noir can flip the script here. Noir edges ahead 2-1 and holds the momentum. Waze coming off a strong 13-7 win over Glare today. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. That was a fast one, just under 2 seconds. Noir pushes it to 3-2, keeping the lead. Insane, that was under 1 second. Noir stretches the lead to 4-2. The favorite is starting to assert himself here. Waze keeps this incredibly close, refusing to let Noir pull away with a lead. The ranked 24 player is playing right to his rating. Waze fights back to tie it up at 4-4. Noir's 10-17 day is starting to weigh on him. Unreal, a total bloodbath that Noir barely survives with only 3 HP to make it 5-4. Pure luck on that one, barely hanging on by a thread. Waze is currently 20-16 in the last 24 hours, showing a much sharper edge in form than Noir. Despite that momentum, Noir is the one pulling away here, defying his recent struggles. We have to wonder if Waze can reclaim the pace before this gap widens. Noir leads 7-5 at the break. He entered as the favorite and is playing exactly to that expectation despite a 4-match losing streak heading into this game. Waze stays within striking distance for the second half. Side swap. Time to reset. Noir builds a 3-round cushion leading 8-5. Wow, that was practically boom. Less than a second on the clock. Waze doesn't miss a shot, cutting the lead to 6-8 as he keeps fighting back. The slight favorite is finally starting to close the gap. Whoa, a complete slugfest where he survives on just 2 HP to make it 6-9. Absolute chaos, he's just refusing to go down. Noir slams the door shut to go up 10-6. Sub-second reaction is just too fast right now. Waze claws one back to make it 7-10. The ladder has him ranked higher at number 24. Noir is pulling away here, putting a serious dent in Waze's hopes for a comeback. The favorite is flipping the pre-match script here. Noir snaps the streak with a clean kill, putting him at match point. The slight favorite is now fighting an uphill battle. Waze survives a frantic exchange to keep this alive, making it 8-12. He's not letting this game slip away easily. Boom, he ends it in less than a second, taking the map 13-8. That losing streak is finally over. He just couldn't be stopped today despite Waze having the better form lately. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Waze face off on fast aim in a very close matchup. Glare holds the historical edge here with 255 wins over Waze. While Waze took their most recent meeting, the overall record shows Glare usually gets the better of him. The question is if Waze can flip the script today. Wow, he catches Waze off the ramp and survives by a threat to make it 2-0 Waze. He survives the initial burst to shut Waze down. That's 3 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to find any footing here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare. The slight favorite is struggling to find any footing here. Finally, Waze snaps the streak to bring it to 4-1. Rank 26 on the ladder, fighting to keep pace. Waze catches him from the ramp, showing some real resilience to make it 4-2. The slight favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Glare is sitting at 18-18 over the last day, showing a very balanced run of form. He's playing for a bounce back here after losing to Waze in their last encounter. We'll see if he can turn this lead into a comfortable cushion. Waze knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The slight favorite is starting to look like the favorite. Unreal, he wipes him out in under a second without taking a hit, tying it up at 5-5. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 straight for Waze to take a 6-5 lead. Glare's early momentum has completely evaporated. 6-6 at the half. This is tracking right with the expectations of a close fight. Both players traded 4 round streaks to keep this dead even, reflecting their nearly identical map win rates. Side swap, fresh start now. Waze takes this one to go up 7-6, continuing that gritty climb back into the lead. The underdog is fighting back against the ladder favorite here. Glare picks him right off the ramp to bring this back to a dead heat. Waze is playing for a repeat of that 13-7 win. He wins the exchange to take an 8-7 lead, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. He shuts him down in under a second without taking a hit, extending the lead to 9-7. Another one, he keeps this run going to make it 10-7, erasing that early deficit. He does it again. That's 4 in a row for Waze to make it 11-7. The slight favorite is now firmly in control. He knocks Glare off the ramp to make it 5 straight match point for Waze. Complete shutout on the ramp. He's playing. Boom, he deletes him in a blink to win the map after that incredible comeback. He really makes a statement here, taking 2 in a row against Glare and chipping away at that all-time lead. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Noir take on Mappas, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Glare has won 59% of their all-time meetings, which makes this early lead for Noir a bit surprising. Glare also has a better historical win rate on this map, so he should have the technical advantage here. The question is if Noir can actually sustain this start. Glare edges ahead 2-1 as Noir fights to respond. That was a blink and you miss it. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing a total deadlock as they trade kills in just over a second. Glare pulls ahead 3-2 as Noir struggles to keep up, mirroring that 13-11 result from their last meeting. Noir fights back to tie it up at 3-3. Noir coming off a solid 13-8 win against Waze today. Glare is slowly pulling away here, making it a one-round game again. The favorite asserting his lead here. Deadlock Noir claws back to make it 4-4. The slight favorite struggling to keep distance here. Noir snags the lead, making it 5-4. Barely survived that one with 40 HP. 2 in a row for him. Both players landed heavy shots, but he manages to survive it. That's 3 in a row. Glare answers back to make it 5-6 just before the break. Tight window on that kill to close out the half. Six at the break. Noir entered as the favorite, but Glare is holding his own and keeping this a toss-up. Glare's 59% all-time win rate against Noir is showing here as he cancels out Noir's 3-round run. Side swap, fresh start. Noir naps the lead, 7-6 after that exchange. Fast exchange there, barely over a second. The slight favorite struggling to keep distance here. Noir has been 11-17 in the last 24 hours, but he is playing the best game of his day right now. He's completely ignoring his recent slump to push this lead. The question is if Glare can find a way to stop this run. Clean kill for Glare, who refuses to fade away while chasing this deficit. Barely 2 seconds of action there. Noir surges ahead, now commanding a 10-7 lead. Glare entering this one after a tough 7-13 loss to Waze. Glare doesn't miss a beat, taking the round in under a second without taking any damage. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives on a sliver of health to make it 9-10 as he fights back. Insane, he's just survived 2 in a row on a sliver of health. Noir puts a stop to that mini run and pushes his lead back to 2 rounds. Glare, rank 26 on the ladder, is fighting an uphill battle. Noir snaps that streak and hits match point, making it 9-12. The slight favorite is now fighting for survival. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit and closes out the map. He completely ignores that recent slump to pull off the upset despite Glare having the edge on Mappas. Noir takes it. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take on the map Orange to see who comes out on top. Noah holds the overall lead with 397 wins in their head-to-head history. He's usually the favorite in this matchup, but he's coming in cold after a 12-17 run over the last 24 hours. The question is whether Noir can shake off that slump to reclaim his edge. Waze pulls ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot. Wow, that was a blink and you miss it kill. Waze is playing the role of the spoiler here, defying the historical odds to take a 2-round lead. Waze pushes it to 3-2, keeping Noir guessing. Insane speed on that kill. Waze stretches the lead to 4-2, dominating the pace. Survived that one with just 49 HP. Waze has a 47% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge over Noir in this specific environment. He's pairing that map knowledge with a 2016 record over the last 24 hours to keep the pressure on. The question is if Noir can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Noir gets a clean look here, cutting the lead to 6-3. Noir's recent 13-8 win against him looms large here. Waze strikes back to make it 7-3. That was a quick one, just under 2 seconds. Waze hits 8-3, completely shutting Noir out here. Our rank 24 player is controlling the pace here. Waze leads 9-3 at the break. Noir entered as the clear favorite, but he's struggling to keep up with Waze's pace. That 3-round streak really opened the floodgates for the underdog. Side swap. Noir needs a reset. Waze makes it 9-4, leaving Noir in the dust. Noir is usually the clear favorite in this head-to-head. Waze stays in control, moving ahead 9-5. Two straight for him, and both in under 3 seconds. Whoa, a total brawl. He barely scrapes by with 29 HP to make it 10-5. Pure chaos in that exchange. Waze is just pulling away here, making this look like a total mismatch compared to their usual history. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against Glare. Noir answers back in a flash. He's trying to chip away at this lead before it gets out of reach. Boom. A clean kill in under 2 seconds. Noir is starting to chip away at the lead, putting together a quick run to close the gap. Another quick kill, both under 2 seconds. Waze shuts him down instantly to reach match point, leading 12-7. Unreal. There was a blink and you miss it kill. Game over. Waze survives a wild scrap to take the map 13-7. He really flipped the script on the head-to-head history here. Noir just couldn't find an answer for him to Welcome to Redline Glare, and Waze face off now with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare leads the head-to-head with 255 wins over Waze, while the overall history favors Glare. Waze actually took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion. The question is whether that recent confidence outweighs the long-term trend here. Waze takes him from the ramp, tying this up at 2-2. He's playing a bit better than his rank 24 spot suggests. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Glare survives by a hair to make it 3-1. Unreal, he just barely holds on with 21 HP. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir face off on Italy, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head, 358-248. But that history isn't helping him right now. Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, including a victory just moments ago. The question is if Glare can flip the script here. Glare strikes back to lead it 2-1. Boom, that one was over in a second. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row. The favorite is taking control. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare. Exactly what you expect from the favorite today. Noir snaps the run. He shows some real resilience to pull this back to 4-2. Fast exchange, but he keeps his cool under pressure. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant edge over Noir's historical performance here. When you combine that map comfort with the current scoreline, the momentum is shifting back to the favorite. Now we see if Noir can find a way to disrupt this. Glare pulls further ahead, now leading 6-3. Fast exchange, but he takes it clean with full health. These rounds are ending in a blink. Noir has no time to react before Glare finds the mark. Glare pushes it to 7-4, really widening the gap. Coming off that 13-9 win in their last meeting. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. We expected Noir to take this, but the underdog is currently pulling off a surprise. Glare used a 4-round streak to put himself in the driver's seat. Side swap, time for a reset. Glare extends the cushion to 8-5. Coming off a tight 13-11 win in their other meeting today. Glare hits 9, putting Noir in a deep hole. 2 identical round times in a row, just pure speed. He snaps Noir's run with a clean hit, making it 3 in a row for Glare. Clean finish, and he walks away with full health. Noir breaks the run with a clean kill, trailing 6-10. Noir is typically the slight favorite in this matchup. Glare stays firm at 10-7, keeping the pressure on. Under a second for that one, just a blink. Wow, he doesn't take any damage. That's 3 straight for Noir as the comeback continues. Glare halts the momentum and pushes his lead to 11-8. He's playing like the favorite today. He shuts down the comeback attempt with a clean kill, putting him at match point. Walks away with full health to seal the deal. Boom. He closes it out without taking a hit to win the map. He flips the script on their recent history and gets some revenge for that last meeting. Glare takes it. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir face off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Waze is coming in with a 3-win streak, showing a lot more confidence than Noir has had today. Noir typically holds the edge in their head-to-head history, but it doesn't matter if he can find a way to answer Waze's current form. The question is if Noir can flip the script here. Noir catches Waze right off the ramp and keeps this run going. Noir typically holds the favorite tag in this matchup. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as Waze and Noir reset. Coming off that 13-7 win against him earlier today. Noir edges ahead 3-2 as they reset. Pure speed there, just 2 seconds to end it. Waze takes him from the ramp, and now we're right back to a dead heat. He's been riding a wave after that 13-8 win against Glare. Whoa. Noir knocks him off the ramp in a total scrap, barely surviving with 29 HP. Absolute scramble for that one, barely held on. Waze is sitting at 2016 over the last 24 hours, but that strong day isn't translating here. He entered this as the slight favorite, yet Noir is the one controlling the pace and building a gap. The question is, if Waze can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Noir doesn't let up, taking 4 in a row without taking a single hit. Noir rank 30 is playing way above his rating here. Waze survives a chaotic scramble to snap the run before the break, making it 4-7. A scrappy finish to keep things interesting before the break. Noir leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Noir used the 4-round streak to build his lead, leaning on a 54% head-to-head win rate over Waze. Side swap, fresh start. Noir pushes it to 9-4, staying firmly in control. Waze entered as the slight favorite, but he's struggling to respond. Noir takes it from the ramp and is now just 3 rounds away from closing this out. Waze rank 23 can't seem to find an answer here. Noir deletes him in a second without taking a hit 3 in a row. That's a blink and you miss it kill to wrap the round. Waze snaps the run and pulls it back to 5-11. Noir is coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Glare earlier today. He catches Waze off the ramp to reach match point, making it 12-5. Quick reaction there to shut that comeback attempt down. Boom, Noir doesn't take a single hit to close it out and wins the map 13-5. He completely shut down that win streak. Waze brought into this. Noir just had his number today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze take on the Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 255-219, showing a long-term edge in this rivalry. But Waze actually took their most recent meeting, so he knows he can get the better of him. The question is if Waze can reclaim that momentum here. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Glare. Right back to even. These two are trading blows, and neither one is letting the other pull away. The favorite holding his ground here. Wow. What a slugfest. Waze survives by a thread with only 9 HP left, leading 3-2. Glare ties it up 3-3. We're completely deadlocked. Waze coming off a 13-8 win against him earlier today. Glare pulls ahead 4-3, seizing the lead. Sub 1 second, he's just not giving him any time to breathe. Waze is refusing to let the favorite take control, keeping this match perfectly balanced. Glare nudges ahead 5-4, regaining the upper hand. Waze actually holds the historical edge on this map. Waze locks it at 5-5, total stalemate now. Waze ranked 24 on the ladder, keeping things tight. Glare is starting to separate himself here, taking 2 of the last 3 to build a 2-round cushion. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The favorite is playing exactly as expected, keeping a slim lead despite Waze's higher 49% win rate on this map. We'll see if Waze can close that gap after the switch. Side swap. Time for a reset. Glare is on a 3-round tier, taking a significant lead. He has been a bit inconsistent today with an 18-18 record over the last 24 hours, but he's playing his best game of the day. Right now, the question is if Waze can break this streak before it's too late. Glare extends it to 9-6, really pulling away now. Sub 0.7 of a second to secure that one. Waze breaks the run and shows some real resilience, putting it back to 9-7. The underdog refuses to let the favorite pull away. He does it again. Waze takes 2 in a row and keeps this comeback alive at 9-8. Waze ranked 24 on the ladder, refusing to blink. Glare halts the run, pushing it to 10-8. Coming off a fresh 13-8 win against Noir. Unreal. A total bloodbath where he survives with just 2 HP to keep this comeback alive. Absolutely insane to see him survive that twice in one game. Glare is putting some distance between them now, making this a 2-round gap as we head into the final stretch. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives that by a hair to reach match point at 12-9. Barely hanging on with 23 HP to take that one. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and takes the map. Waze fought so hard to overcome the map disadvantage, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir take on the map Orange, with Glare entering as the slight favorite. Glare leads the head-to-head series 359-248 over the course of their history. He also took the most recent encounter between these two, so he's coming in with a clear psychological edge. The question is whether Noir can break that trend today. Glare pushes ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot. Noir is coming off a strong 13-5 win over Waze today. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. That was a quick snap to reclaim the lead. Glare dominates the series, surging ahead 4-1. That was a blink and you miss it kill. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 5-1. The slight favorite is holding his ground here. He keeps the momentum shifting, making it 4 in a row to lead 6-1. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Noir breaks the run with a clean hit, pulling it back to 6-2. Our ranked 30 player fighting to close that ladder gap. Glare is sitting at 19-18 in the last 24 hours, showing a lot of stability across his matches today. He's usually the one with the upper hand in this rivalry, but he's now facing a sudden slide in momentum. We have to see if he can stop this skid before the gap vanishes. Glare steadies the ship to lead it 7-4. Under a second for that kill. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying the pre-match expectations as the underdog by holding a 2-round cushion. Glare's 59% head-to-head win rate is showing here, but Noir stays within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Glare extends his lead to 8-5, staying clinical. Coming off another win against Noir on Italy P earlier today. Noir digs deep to keep this fight alive, bringing the score to 8-6. Our ranked 30 player refusing to let the gap widen. Glare strikes back to push it to 9-6. Glare holding the edge here, just as he did on Italy P. Noir doesn't miss, taking a clean win to keep this comeback alive at 9-7. The underdog is refusing to fade away here. Glare pulls ahead 10-7, tightening the noose. Barely a second to decide that one. Glare is putting some serious distance between them now, leaving Noir with a mountain to climb. Coming off that 13-9 win over Waze earlier. Unreal. He survives on a sliver of health to hit match point and take 3 straight. Insane. He just barely held on with 14 health. Whoa, a total slugfest where both players nearly empty their clips, but Noir barely scrapes. Absolute chaos. Both of them barely left with anything. Boom. Glare closes it out with a fast exchange to take the match 13-8. He's now taken 2 in a row against Noir today. That head-to-head edge is just too much to overcome. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take the stage on red line to see who comes out on top. Noir leads the head-to-head with 398 wins over Waze. He's historically owned this matchup, including a convincing victory against Waze just a few matches ago. The question is whether that psychological edge can help him recover from this early loss. Waze catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 5-13 loss to him just now. He doesn't even take damage. That's 4 in a row for Waze. Cleanest kill of the set, taking just 2.2 seconds. 5 in a row. Waze just isn't letting him breathe. The underdog is flipping the script on the usual favorite here. Unreal. 6 in a row for Waze, and he didn't take a single point of damage. 2 seconds, he's just snapping onto heads right now. Finally, Noir snaps the run with a clean hit, making it 6-1. Wow, 1.1 seconds, just a blink and he's gone. Waze has a 43% win rate over thousands of matches, putting him in a consistent mid-pack position on our ladder. He's currently playing above that average today, but Noir is starting to chip away at this lead. The question is whether Noir can turn this small momentum shift into a full comeback. Waze pushes to 7-3, leaving Noir fighting for air. Noir, rank 30 on the ladder, keeps pushing back. Whoa, under a second. Noir is speeding up and cutting into this lead fast. Insane sub-second reaction to keep this run alive. Waze leads 8-4. Noir entered this as the clear favorite, but he's struggling to keep up with Waze's pace. That 6-round win streak flipped the momentum and puts the underdog in a great spot for an upset. Side swap, fresh start. Waze hits 9-4, putting Noir in a deep hole, coming off a rough 9-13 loss to Glare earlier today. Waze hits 10, leaving Noir completely buried at 4. Waze, rank 26, is playing far above his ladder spot today. Noir takes it from the ramp, keeping Waze from closing this out quickly. Noir has the historical edge on this map. Waze is just a couple of rounds away from pulling off a huge upset here. Noir has struggled today, going 13-20 over the last 24 hours. These last few rounds have been a total toss-up, with neither player able to string together a lead. Waze wins the trade on the ramp to reach match point 12-6. The slight favorite is now just a heartbeat from the win. Noir stays alive. He denies the match point to keep this battle going. 12-8. The slight favorite is suddenly under pressure. Boom. Waze closes it out to take the map. 13-7. He just completely flipped the script on their head-to-head history. Waze finally gets one over Noir in a big way. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Waze face off in a close matchup to see who takes the win. Glare holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's coming off a fresh victory against Waze in their last meeting, so he has the mental edge here. The question is if Waze can reverse that trend early. Glare leads 2-1 as Waze fights to stay alive. Waze entered as the slight favorite here. These rounds are over in a blink. Glare is just outreacting him right now. Glare coming off a 13-8 win against Noir just now. Untouched. He takes 3 in a row to pull ahead 4-1. Gone in just over a second. Another one that's 4 in a row for Glare to make it 5-1. Waze is struggling to replicate that 13-7 win over Noir. Whoa! A total slugfest. Waze survives the chaos to make it 5-2. Waze rank 24 on the ladder is showing his class. He does it again. Waze takes 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Quickest kill of the set so far. Both of these players are coming in with a 2016 record over the last 24 hours. They've had identical days of play leading up to this. But Glare is the one currently converting that form into a lead. Waze has to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Glare pushes his lead to 7-4 after that burst. Fastest kill of the match so far. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. This half tracks with the pre-match expectations as Glare uses a 4-round streak to keep the lead. Waze is staying close, but he's fighting against a 54% head-to-head disadvantage. Side swap, fresh start. Waze wins the duel, showing real resilience to close the gap to 7-6. The slight favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Glare halts the run to push it to 8-6. He's mirroring that 13-9 win from their last meeting. Waze doesn't even take damage in this one, continuing his climb back into the game. Pure speed, not a single hit take. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 8-8. The slight favorite is finally playing his own game. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze to take the lead, 9-8. The ladder's rank 24 is finally taking control. Glare snaps the run in under a second to tie this up at 9-9. He regains the lead at 10-9, showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. A clean trade of rounds as he claws back the lead. Both players trade heavy damage in a scrap, but Waze survives to make it 11-9. Brutal scrap, but he survives with just 33 HP. Boom, he deletes Glare in a second to reach match point, completing a huge comeback. Insane, he survives with just 5 HP to complete the comeback and take the match. He finally breaks that head-to-head slump and gets the revenge win over Glare. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Noir take over Italy today, with the favorite looking to secure the win. Glare holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took their most recent meeting, and that historical edge is showing up early here. The question is if Noir can break the pattern today. Glare leads 2-1. Noir needs a response right now. The slight favorite is being pushed back here. Noir has completely flipped the script here, taking control with 3 straight wins to seize the lead. Insane speed, just a second and a half to close it. Unreal. He didn't take a single point of damage to make it 3 in a row. Both players land hits, but he comes out on top to make it 4 in a row. The slight favorite is completely stalled out here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Noir. The slight favorite is getting outplayed here. Boom, he snaps that streak with a clean hit in under a second to start the comeback. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which usually gives him a clear advantage in their matchups. Despite that edge, the scoreline is reflecting a struggle to keep up with Noir's current pace. We have to wonder if Glare can actually lean on that history to turn this around. Noir keeps pulling away, leading Glare 7-4, just like their last meeting where he took it 13-8. Noir leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected for the favorite. Despite that 5-round win streak nearly blowing the game open, Glare has a 53% map win rate here, so he should be able to close the gap. Sides, swap, fresh start. Noir extends the gap to 8-5, staying dominant. The underdog is holding the line here. Catches him in under a second without taking a hit, continuing this climb back into the game. He weathers some early hits to break the streak, making it 2 in a row as the comeback continues. A bit more of a scramble this time, but he closes it. Noir leads 9-7 as Glare fights to stay alive. Quick response to shut the momentum down. Noir pushes it to 10-7, putting a grip on this. The underdog is flipping the script today. He doesn't even take a hit, showing great resilience to bring the score to 8-10. Clean win. Didn't let a single shot land. Noir keeps shutting the door every time Glare tries to build a run here. Noir is flipping the script after that 13-8 loss in their last meeting. He barely takes a hit here, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 9-11. Trading rounds here as the tension ramps up. Both land their shots, but Noir survives the exchange to reach match point. Tough exchange, but he survived with just 47 HP. Game over. He wipes him off the map without taking a hit to secure the victory. He really overcame the map odds today. Glare had the history and the map edge, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Waze and Noir take on Mappas today in a close match to see who comes out on top. Noir holds a historical edge here with 398 wins over Waze in their head-to-head history. That long-term advantage is showing up on this map too, where Noir consistently performs better than Waze. The question is if Waze can flip the script after winning their most recent meeting. Noir leads 2-1 as Waze fights to stay alive. Waze is the slight favorite despite the historical gap. These rounds are flying by. We're 4 rounds in and neither player has been able to pull away. Coming off that 13-7 win in their last meeting. Noir edges ahead 3-2 as Waze scrambles to respond. That was lightning fast, under 2 seconds. Waze levels it up. We're all tied at 3-3. Waze is playing the role of favorite here. Noir just barely reclaimed the lead, but neither player can put together a real run here. Waze is the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Waze has been 21-15 in the last 24 hours, but he is struggling to bring that momentum into this specific series. He entered as the favorite and is now facing a deficit against a player who historically has the upper hand. The question is whether Waze can stop the slide before this gets out of reach. Deadlock. Waze and Noir are knotted at 5-5. 2 rounds in a row finished in under 2 seconds. Noir just barely keeps the upper hand here, preventing Waze from building any real momentum. Noir's 47% win rate here continues to play a role. Noir leads 7-5 at the break. Everything is tracking with the pre-match expectations here, as Noir leverages his 47% win rate on Mappas to keep a slim lead. Waze stayed in it with a couple of lucky escapes. Side, swap, fresh start. Noir clings to a 7-6 lead as Waze closes in. Another sub 2 second exchange. Noir pushes it to 8-6, widening the gap. Another one that didn't even take 2 seconds. We've got a total deadlock here. Neither player can put together a streak as they trade rounds back and forth. Noir pulls ahead 9-7, putting Waze on the ropes. The underdog is playing exactly to the historical trend here. Noir extends the lead to 10-7, putting on pressure. That's another one in under 2 seconds. Waze doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to pull it back to 8-10. Cleanest kill of the series so far. Noir is starting to pull away here, making it a 3-round lead as Waze struggles to keep pace. Another sub 2 second kill to keep the pressure high. Waze doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to make it 9-11. The ladder favorite refuses to let this slide. Unreal. Both players tear each other apart in a bloodbath, but he survives with just 7 HP to make it 10-11. Insane. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row and tie this up at 11-11. That's 4 in a row for Waze. He's completely flipped this series and now sits at match point. Noir snaps the run in a heavy exchange, tying it at 12-12 and forcing overtime. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Noir has the momentum now, winning 2 straight to put the pressure back on Waze. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Noir doesn't take a single hit here, taking 3 in a row to lead 14-12. Both players trade heavy damage, but Waze survives the scrap to pull it back to 13-14. A scrap that actually took a few seconds to resolve. he absorbs a heavy hit but manages to fire back, leveling this overtime at 14-14. The ladder favorite is refusing to let this slide. Both players trade heavy hits, but Noir comes out on top to reach match point at 15-14. The underdog keeps finding a way to push back. Waze doesn't take a single hit to tie it at 15-15, putting himself back at match point. Another sub 2 second trade to keep this deadlocked. Noir snatches the lead, 16-15 in a heartbreaker. Noir pulls ahead 17-15, putting Waze in a hole. Waze is struggling to replicate that recent 13-7 win over him. Waze claws back to 16-17, keeping this alive. The ladder favorite refuses to go down without a fight. Noir extends his grip, leading 18-16 over Waze. The underdog is defying the ladder expectations here. Waze strikes back to make it 17-18. Trading blows again as neither can secure the finish. Noir stretches his lead to 19-17, putting Waze behind. He just couldn't close it out in overtime. Noir proves once again that he's the man to beat here. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze take on the Dunes map, with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head with 256 wins over Waze. Despite that long-term edge, Waze actually took their most recent meeting 13-9. The question is whether Glare can keep this momentum and avoid another loss to this specific opponent. Glare holds a slim 2-1 lead over Waze here. Waze is taking control here. That win streak has completely flipped the early momentum of this set. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row, taking the lead 3-2. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Glare snaps that run with a fast, clean kill to tie it at 3-3. He's coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Noir. Glare pulls ahead 4-3 with that clutch play. Waze actually holds the edge on this map historically. Whoa! He survives a brutal exchange to make it 3 in a row, leading 5-3. Unreal. He barely hangs on with 30 HP. Waze catches him instantly, cutting the lead to 5-4. Waze forces a deadlock. We're all square at 5-5. Waze is currently playing at a 60% clip over his last 10. He doesn't miss a beat, making it 3 straight. and taking a 6-5 lead before the break. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying expectations here, using his 49% win rate on Dunes to keep the favorite off balance. Glare needs a strong start after the switch to flip this script. Side swap, time for a Waze nudges ahead 7-6 with a clinical finish. Fast reflex there to keep this set close. Waze is playing at a 60% clip over his last 10, and that recent form is translating directly into a lead here. He's proving he can handle the pressure against a player our rating has him nearly tied with on the ladder. Now we see if Waze can close this out. Total deadlock now. Glare and Waze locked at 8-8. Wow, he just deleted him in under a second. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Glare to take a 9-8 lead. And again, that's 4 in a row for Glare to take a 10-8 lead. Waze breaks the run, taking the round without losing a single point of health. Waze ranked 24 on the ladder stays right in this. Waze fights back to tie it up at 10-10. Waze continues to defy the favorite tag here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance in this match. We are headed straight for overtime. Neither player can put together a run to end this in regulation. He doesn't take a single hit to move into a 12-11 lead. Match point for Glare. Boom! He deletes him in under a second to take the map, 13-11. He manages to protect that all-time lead over Waze despite the underdog having the map history on his side. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Noir face off on fast aim with the favorite facing a tough test. Noir takes the early lead from the planks, continuing a strong recent run against Glare. He's coming off a 39 win against him just now. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 360-249, showing a long-term edge over Noir. While Noir has won most of their recent encounters, the overall history suggests Glare knows how to break him down. The question is if this early parity is a sign of that trend returning. Another one. Glare makes it 3 in a row, completely flipping the momentum. Favorite holding his ground early on. That's 4 in a row for Glare, who's now firmly in control at 4-1. That one was over in a second. Unreal, 5 in a row for Glare, who didn't even take a hit there. Pure speed, barely a second and a half on the clock. A trade-off from the ramp, and he keeps it rolling with 6 in a row. Favorite asserting himself after that recent 9-13 loss. Noir breaks the streak with a clean hit, taking the round in just over a second. Noir actually holds the edge on this specific map. Glare is sitting at 19-17 over the last 24 hours, and that steady form is translating into a clear lead here. While Noir is usually seen as the slight favorite in this matchup, the current scoreline shows Glare has the upper hand. The question is whether Noir can flip the script before halftime. Glare pushes it to 7-4, keeping Noir at bay. Under a second there, he's moving faster now. Glare leads 8-4 at the break. The underdog is defying expectations here, using a 6-round win streak to push the favorite into a hole. Noir needs a quick response after the switch to stop the bleed. Noir needs a total reset. Glare hits 9-4, putting a chokehold on this one. Under a second, he's just too fast right now. Our rank 26 player is just playing the role of favorite. Noir claws one back to make it 9-5. A bit more of a scrap there, lasting nearly 3 seconds. Glare is pulling away here. A 5-round lead makes this a steep climb for Noir, coming off a 13-11 win against Waze just now. Glare takes him from the ramp, putting a serious dent in Noir's hopes for a comeback. Noir keeps things interesting, refusing to let Glare coast to a quick finish here. Boom, he deletes him in half a second to reach match point at 12-6. Just an absolute blink of an eye there. Game over. Glare shuts the door to take the map. 13-6. Completely erase that recent slump in their head-to-head. Glare just takes over this map and leaves Noir searching for